I will call tonight's meeting to order. Hope everyone can hear me. I will start out by talking about meeting logistics. Anyone joining remotely, please change your name, your display to show your first and last name. Anyone who wishes to speak, please start by stating your name and where you live. We ask everyone keep your comments and questions to 3 minutes. If you're speaking about a specific agenda item, we ask you to keep your comments germane to that item. Anyone who wishes to speak must be called on by the mayor. And again, at any point in the meeting, we will ask people to keep their comments to the council to 3 minutes or less. Moving on, we have a request to approve the agenda, and council members will be aware that I sent an email earlier about adding an item. I hope that that's acceptable to take it up under other business. Okay. Hearing no other changes, we will consider the meeting or the agenda approved. Now we'll start with general business and appearances. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the council on any item that is not on tonight's agenda, and we will, as with other parts of the agenda, ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Oh, and I should say, we have, for the first time tonight, Kelly and I sat down to set target timelines for items on the agenda. I don't know whether how well that will go. That's our best estimates for all these items. If anyone has any comments or suggested changes before we start, I'm happy to hear them. Carrie.
I think most of them are, or a number of them are really way too short. Like 30 minutes for the Elks Club, I think, is much less time than we're actually going to need. 30 minutes for East State Street is probably less than we're actually going to need. So I'm definitely concerned looking at this agenda about our ability to get through it all before it becomes Thursday. So.
Yeah, there's a lot. So let's see what we can do to hold to reasonable timelines. All right. General business and appearances. Is anyone in the room who wishes to be recognized? Steve.
Steve Whitaker. I would note that the agendas that are out here have no times on them, and I think the public who's most affected by compressed timelines, even your 3 or 4 minute timelines over time, and have actually gone to jail for it. It's inappropriate to set timelines that aren't on an agenda, haven't been discussed, and weren't discussed or even announced to the public until after you'd approved the agenda. So just as a matter of due process, Mr. Mayor. The noise interruptions with the Minnesota shouldn't come out of my time. I have raised again and again that it was the city's demolition of M&M to create the bike path, which created a situation where there is no redemption center this side of Barry, and most of the folks who rely on redeemables for their, daily, some of their food and beverage, don't have vehicles and can't get to Barry. So I donated some bottles that could only be returned at Yankee Spirits and walked in there with him. He said, African-American, schizophrenic, homeless person. And they just said, we don't take returnables. And the law requires them to take returnables, but the city has done nothing since demolishing M&M to make our merchants aware that everything they sell, they have to take back and pay the deposits back. So I've engaged with environmental conservation, and they've notified Shaw's that when they don't have their machines in working order, they have to estimate or count what they bring in and hand them cash and just store them in the store until they get their machines working. But I believe it's the council, having been active participating in putting our only redemption center out of business, has some obligation and some responsibility to educate the merchants. Because I've gone around town and asked, do you have exemption certificates? No, no one in town. I finally found it's easier to ask DEC who issues them, and they said, no, we've never issued an exemption certificate in Montpelier. So the fact that we now have many, many more people out on the street, you know, we could look at it as a green up opportunity, but not if there's nowhere to redeem them. So I would ask you to get serious about that and, yeah, take responsibility for the situation you created.
Thank you, Steve. I will point out that as a point of fact, the owners of that business had the opportunity to rebuild and chose not to. And that's why we don't have the center. It was a private business decision, not the decision of the city government. Anyone else who wish to be recognized? I don't see anybody in the room who's to be recognized. If anyone online.
Here's what I just raised. Is this for business not on the agenda? Or
Yes, this is general business for items not on the agenda. If you're online, the best way to make yourself known is by operating your electronic hand raising function, but we'll try to keep our eye open. All right. We will move to the consent agenda, and there is a request to take the event and street closures off the agenda, so we'll do that. And with that removed from the consent agenda, is there a motion to?
If I can jump in really quick. We got a very time-sensitive, last-minute liquor license request from Positive Pie. So since it wasn't warned, it would be appropriate to vote to include it on the consent agenda before voting on the consent agenda.
Okay.
If someone wanted to move that.
What was the last thing you said?
If someone wanted to move that.
I'll move it. Is there a second? Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. Now that adds one item to the
Assuming it passes.
liquor and tobacco licenses. Now, is there a motion to approve?
That would need to pass first.
Okay, thank you. Is there all those in favor of adding that item to the consent agenda, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, is there now a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the consent agenda is approved, except for item E. And I assume that, Ben, when did you want to take item E up?
Whenever, I'm happy to take it up now, if that's
Okay.
appropriate.
Sure.
Thanks. I just wanted to think about the street closures within the context of a previous conversation that we had about setting a street closure policy, and whether or not we were going to start charging for street closures. And, I recognize that we currently have the ability to do that, but I felt like we were having a pretty rich conversation about that policy, and that, I actually went back and watched it, and we all asked for more input, for the opportunity to provide public input before we started, before we kind of like changed our practice. And so, in that case, I was surprised. I mean, I shouldn't have been surprised, because I saw, like, we approved, for example, the All Species Day, that 9 officers were required to help provide public safety, and I appreciate that and not second guessing that decision, but I didn't recognize the cost that was associated with that. And, you know, in our initial conversation, I specifically raised All Species Day as an example of a signature Montpelier event that's important to our community and our identity, and to see, you know, what it's a pretty, you know, it's an expensive thing, and to do it so soon before the event, I feel creates an undue hardship. And so I think that there's just more work to do on the decision to charge for street closure or police presence and overtime, recognizing it's a real expense to our city and we need to find a way to pay for it. I think we just need to pause until we get that input and continue the conversation that we started before we actually start charging. And I don't know, Jack, Mr. Mayor, if that's a motion that I should make or to warrant further discussion, or I just need to say that.
Well, I'm looking at the item that's on the, does anyone else have any comments while I'm Carrie?
Yeah, I think this is an important conversation. It might be better to have it in the item where they're asking for a waiver, because I think that's what we're left with right now. That's our option right now, is to do a waiver, but we do need to have a bigger conversation about the difference between the ordinance and the policy and what we're going to change when, and the confusion that's been around that. We could do it now, but I think it's a bigger conversation than just about the consent agenda.
Sorry. I didn't want to approve street closures on the consent agenda if it was going to incur additional costs to the people holding those events, which is why I was bringing it up now. Happy to defer it to a later time, but just, I felt like they were related.
And Kelly, do these all have fees associated with them at present?
So the fees associated would be identified in each of the individual permits based on the review by staff. So it's variable depending on the particular event.
Adrian?
When I was reviewing these, and I could be mistaken, but looks like in the permits they identified the number of staff, but I don't remember seeing a cost associated. Did I miss something? I just want to make sure there's a lot of information to go through.
If I can, so depending on the permit, we do estimates, and so I'm trying to talk about just the consent agenda items here, but you know, in reference to the later agenda item with All Species Day, but per the ones that are currently in the agenda under the event street closures, there are not estimates with those. If there were a cost associated with that event, there would be a note from that department, sort of identifying what the need would be, and then we would work up the estimate once it was approved.
I think we definitely need to have a conversation, because I don't, like just what Carrie was saying, when we talked about the All Species Day, we approved it knowing that there was 9 officers, but I didn't approve a $4,000 fee. So I think the process just needs to be a little clear, and that's what we talked about in terms of having the public hearing, going through this process and being very clear about what we're approving, how much it costs. And I think it's important for the people that are submitting these permits to have a heads up, right? So I just don't think it's fair to just, you know, say, okay, now it's going to cost you $4,000 when it hasn't for the past 29 years. And all these other, you know, events have been an institution to Montpelier. And what we talked about last time, I also went back and watched the video. These are our economic drivers. It's a risk, I think, to not get their input, provide guidance, provide awareness, provide them with a timeline before we start, you know, giving these fees that we haven't done in the past. So I don't know how we want to have that conversation, but I think it applies to all of these in terms of the fee that will be associated with them. And, you know, if we agree to waive the fees until we have a public hearing, until we update the policy or the ordinance, and until we have a clear process, you know, I'd like to, you know, make sure we have that conversation tonight.
Carrie?
When I looked at all of these permits tonight that were on the agenda, I thought that we were being consistent in charging for All Species Day and for the toy run, the toy ride, the motorcycles, because those are both parades, and our ordinance specifically says that for parades, the police chief can grant a permit. It actually doesn't need to go through city council, so we're not being super consistent with our own ordinances, but that we can ask for those costs. I don't think it's a great idea for us to suddenly start asking for those costs when we haven't been doing that in the past, when it hasn't been our policy. And I'm also realizing that I had assumed that when we see this permit that's got the notes from the staff saying it's going to take this many police officers and they'll be paid by applicant, I thought that the applicant would have seen this before we did. So I didn't know that we were approving something that says applicant will cover the cost without the applicant knowing that they were going to have to do that. So I'm not pleased with that.
Does anyone have a suggestion? One thought we could do, that we could pursue, is that of the items that we have on the agenda on the list right now, one of them is coming up in June. And it's really pretty short notice. The other two, we're looking at August and September, and those, if we go through the process of adopting a policy and charging, then we would have the opportunity to do that well in advance of those events. What might work for people, I'm just throwing it out, is approve the June 7th city stampede tonight without a fee, and hold the other two open to see what we do on adopting a policy. That work for people? Yeah.
So if this proposal were submitted before a specific deadline, I think they should be waived too, because why are we holding them if they sent the proposal before we are approving a change? So we cannot punish them, right? Because they already, we should have a deadline. Okay, after this date, if we receive proposal, it will be evaluated by the change in the policy or something.
I agree with that. I just feel like we shouldn't, we should have a conversation about the policy before we start charging people. I mean, that's really what we said we were going to do in our meeting when we first discussed it, is that we were going to get information, we were going to get input from the public, and we were going to have a conversation about it and make a decision. And, I don't think we've done that yet, and I don't think we should charge for events until we do that.
So first off, is your motion then to approve the items on the consent agenda without charging a fee?
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Is there a second? Any discussion? Steve?
Yeah, I noticed, Steve Whitaker again, I noticed the prior meeting that several street closure things had large sums of money attached to them and I'm questioning on what authority are Public Works and Police charging these folks, and is the council unaware of it? I don't think anybody scrutinizes these things to realize, and I think that whatever decision you make should apply retroactively to any pending street closure applications. And I also had heard a year or two ago that city was no longer going to serve no trespass notices because they were
Well,
going to.
that's not.
No, if they're charging unauthorized fees and piggybanking it, it is an issue for council.
It's not part of this discussion.
Okay,
no.
well, I would ask you to phrase your motion in a way that accounts for all unauthorized fees, all revenues that are being collected informally by the police department and Public Works, and get that into visibility.
Okay, we've got a motion before us. Are we ready for that vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay. We've adopted that. Folks, do we want to move right to the special event permit for All Species Day? All right. The request is to waive the fee that they've been notified for All Species Day. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
That's to waive the fee. Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The fee is waived for All Species Day this year, so anyone who came here to talk about it, You don't have to stay if you don't want to. So,
Would this be a time to set a meeting for policy discussion?
we'll put it on the agenda. Yep. All right. Getting back into order for item 6, appointment to the youth committee. We have one applicant to be added to the youth committee, Skylar Barnard. Is Skylar here by any chance? Either in person or online?
They have an April break, so maybe,
Oh, probably out of town.
yeah, she might.
Okay, he is here?
No, he's out of town.
Okay, all right. Does somebody want to make a motion to appoint Skylar Barnard to the youth committee? Go ahead.
I'd like to make that motion.
Okay.
I make a motion, we appoint Skylar Barner to the youth committee.
Sounds like there's somebody you know,
I do, he's a wonderful young man.
already busy doing stuff for the city, so.
He has, he serves as a page, he's done a lot of stuff, a lot of flood recovery stuff. Good kid.
Great. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next up, Maple Plan. We have this estimated for 30 minutes. We're already running a little ahead, so that's good, but
Good evening,
evening, Chief.
Derek Libby, Fire Chief. Here before you tonight, seeking adoption of the local emergency management plan for 2025, known this year as MAPLE, Montpelier Action Plan for Local Emergencies. As you're probably aware and saw in my initial letter to you, the statutory requirements come under 20 VSA, Section 6, that local emergency management plans must be adopted, annually reviewed. The plans adopted between town meeting and new this year is June 1st, where previously it was a May deadline. Required for the city to receive federal preparedness funds and increase reimbursement through the ERAF. Has to be done publicly warned meeting and a signed adoption form. This plan is a significant change from the short form plan that was previously adopted by the city, using a whole community approach through the Montpelier Commission for Recovery and Resilience, consultation through AC Disaster Consulting, an emergency management consulting firm. They've developed the enhanced local emergency management plan. This slide shows you the people that were involved in plan development as listed in the emergency management plan. MAPLE is an adaptable multi-hazard document outlining the city and community's intended preparedness, response, and short-term recovery to emergencies caused by natural and human-caused threats. When we talk about whole community and public outreach that's done, you may hear the belief that this was done in a vacuum. Targeted stakeholder meetings were held on these dates, showing the stakeholders that were involved in it, along with individual feedback from completed surveys, feedback via email or in-person communications, public forum breakout group participants, and in October, public forum participants at the high school. Key components of the plan, without getting into the same level of detail that we got into in October, The operational framework of the plan includes monitoring and activations of the plan in the Emergency Operations Center. The Emergency Operations Center positions and duties defined by role and task, volunteer and donation management, roles and responsibilities to include the emergency management program structure, how the EOC functions, who answers to who, city financial management to include emergency spending per the purchasing policy, listing of shelters.
Lost our audio there.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Communications component, spelling out the communications crisis response team, how the internal city communications and external public communications are spelled out as to the avenues and outlets used on social media and mainstream media, local postings of fixed documents, partners and resources to include local and state partners, secondary partners, organizations and communities requiring additional coordination. And these all were represented in the partners that we met with throughout the development of the plan. Community preparedness speaks to knowing your risk, including preparation before an event, and preparing evacuation bags, go bags, if you will. So speaks toward continuous improvement, annual review of the plan, training and exercises. And then included at the end of the plan before you is a flood annex, which speaks specifically to flood-related activities. And then the appendices to include the operational checklists. And those operational checklists are for public, business, and for staff. And that's what I've got for a presentation, trying to keep in tune with your timelines.
I appreciate that. And this is mostly not new to people, because if you've been to the Resiliency Commission or other meetings, you've seen a lot of this already, right?
Yes, sir.
Council members, any questions? Adrian?
I just have a question. I remember the old version of this, which was just a form. So this is definitely a huge improvement. Obviously, there was a lot of thought that went into this, and thank you for including all the community partners and getting people's voices into this plan. One of the questions I have, just because my background's in public health, and I don't, maybe it's in this beautiful document that you have, but was there coordination with the local Department of Public Health as well as CVMC? Because I know that was a gap after our flood and an opportunity to partner with them for future, responses.
Yeah, and I can speak to some of the outreach, and maybe John can speak a little more to the partners before my tenure in Montpelier. But those partners, are seen at the table. Additionally, new this year is meeting with the state's emergency management regional coordinator, where before it would go to the Regional Emergency Planning Commission. Now it goes to the VEM, and they vet the process before it comes before you. So, and then talking toward the CERT and stuff like that.
John?
Yeah, come on, John.
We actually, it's not reflected in this plan, but we have a great partnership now with the Vermont Department of Health.
Could you identify yourself?
Sorry, thank you. John Copans, Director of the Montpelier Commission for Recovery and Resilience. There's a woman named Diana Chase, who's the regional coordinator for the Department of Health. And so, in fact, we've been co-sponsoring Go Bag workshops with Diana. So that part of what, there's this formal plan, and then there's some community-based work we're doing following on this plan, and those emergency kit workshops are an example of the partnerships and the community-based work that we're doing to really supplement.
I'll just follow up and say, one of the, after our flood, the hospital plays a very, very important role in response. When folks were out there responding to the flood and the dredges of the dirt and the kids, you know, just as a public health professional, inhaling, you know, toxins in our mud and muck, and, you know, people were getting nails in their hand. One of the things that was very apparent to me in terms of that gap was having a medical tent. And so I worked with my friends who were just happened to be really connected with CVMC, and my husband's a nurse, and so we were able to immediately get a tent into town with the whole, I forgot what you
With the
call
hub,
it.
the
With the
volunteer
hub.
hub. Yeah,
And
absolutely.
they were providing tetanus shots, cleaning up cuts, and so I think they're a very, very critical partner in terms of any type of response, and it is in their strategic plan to have this community outreach. So I would just encourage you, as you continue to evolve this emergency response plan, to please consider connecting with the hospital, because they're a very important partner in terms of that medical support response.
In fact, they now have a staff person at CVMC specifically around emergency preparedness and response. So, yeah, absolutely.
Other council questions? Palin?
Thank you for preparing this plan, and I want to thank everybody who involved preparing. I really like it, and there are so many details in the document. And we received an email from John today with the implications, so they were also good. My question will be, is there any plan to let people know that there's a plan like that? Because in your document, there's our residents will do this, other like stakeholders will do that. So what is your plan to make everybody be aware of this plan, like anything in schools or any like public announcements, like meetings, just to explain that there's a plan here, and when something happens, hopefully not, you have to do this. Thank you.
I think, thank you, Counselor. I think a lot of the feedback on those checklists and stuff came out of the October meeting. And since that time, there have been public forums for explaining the pieces for the public in the plan, in preparation, in preparedness trainings and workshops for them. So there's certainly more outreach to do. But I think some of that's been going on with getting people ready even before the adoption of the plan. It makes good sense to have that education and continue that effort.
So I will add something. If you want to do anything based on the districts, I'm happy probably. So we will be happy to support and attend those things, just like make people know what's happening, because there are a very good list for residents. But if they don't know what to do, and there is a plan like that, it will be very challenging for us as a community to apply this plan. Thank you.
John, I wonder if you could explain a little bit about NeighborNet and the role that would play in making the community aware and disaster preparedness?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So one component of this work is establishing something we've named Montpelier NeighborNet, and the idea is having these hyper-local neighborhood organizations. Actually, a couple of counselors have participated in some of these meetings. And the idea is that ultimately neighbors know best what neighbors need, particularly in times of emergency. And so we're just trying to activate that network of local concern and compassion for one another. And so, in fact, we've got a launch event coming up on June 7th as we really work to essentially blanket the city with these local NeighborNet organizations. And honestly, it will also, I mean, one of the NeighborNets is on St. Paul Street, and it's a good example where one of the things that they're doing on St. Paul Street is they're taking an inventory of the resources they have in case there's an emergency. Like, who has the sump pump in the neighborhood? Who has the wood stove? Who has the other resources on that street? So for us, I think the next phase of work, now as soon as Maple is adopted, is really rolling it out more deeply into the community with both events and materials We have found really strong interest in these go bag workshops. In fact, people are hungry for that sort of thing, and we think, what I want you to appreciate though is now that, if you think about the short form that you approved previously, that wasn't really much for the public to interface with. There is a lot in this Maple plan that we think we can distill down to really engaging documents for the public to engage with. And that's the key, is the public needs to know, where do they fit into this emergency plan? What's their responsibility versus what is the city's responsibility?
John or Chief, I remember that one of the questions that came up in the wake of our last flood was the question of your ability to evacuate can vary depending on whether you're east or west of downtown, and you could be blocked. And I wonder what we've done to address that.
I think some of the work obviously still needs to be done with identifying successful evacuation routes, messaging what evacuation routes look like. You know, the shelter agreement with the Red Cross locally certainly we step forward to being able to house some people locally versus trying to get high water vehicles to the bearing. And having swiftwater team to move people to a lily pad for them to be picked up by a means of transportation that still may not be able to get there. So there is some work that's been done. There's obviously more work to be done to identify other areas that maybe you're cut off from getting here that you have an opportunity to get somewhere.
Okay, thanks. Ben.
Yeah, just like full disclosure, I'm a member of the Montpelier Commission on Recovery and Resilience, although I had very little to do with this plan. But I just want to remind folks of, you know, after the flood and the large public forums that we had, one of the real things that we heard about is greater clarity about roles and responsibilities and who's responsible for what. And, you know, I just really think that this plan is a huge step forward in the sense of a really robust community-wide plan that identifies the different stakeholders, who does what and how. And there's definitely a ton of work to do to actually build that infrastructure to make this plan a reality. But I'm frankly like really proud of it. And I think that, you know, the former director of Vermont Emergency Management was the consultant that helped put this thing together. And, you know, literally hundreds of hours went into it. And I just want to acknowledge, you know, John's leadership, but definitely Mark Wynn and Allie Richards played a really outsized role in putting this together. And I also just really want to commend Chief Libby, who kind of just jumped in halfway through this and was just game for it. And so really feel like it's been a team effort. And yeah, really proud of the plan and really appreciate the people who did the hard work to make it happen.
Thanks, Ben. Any questions or comments from the public? Oh, sorry, Adrian.
Just in the spirit of continuous improvement, when I read this, it's maybe, once again, there's a lot of information to digest this week, so I could be wrong. It's focused on emergency response for flood. But when I think of an emergency plan, I also want us to think of, I mean, when we look at the world, right, we've got fires, we've got measles outbreaks, we've got, you know, all these things that are, you know, maybe we've never really thought of before, but, you know, we think of every year, or even as you think about this plan, how do we incorporate all the disasters that we can even possibly anticipate in our town beyond water?
Yeah, and I think you look at hazard risk assessments in the community, identify what hazards are most likely to happen. In the state of Vermont, water hazards are the #1 threat, right? So that annex is built out now, and going forward, we can continue to look at the hazard assessment for the community and build out annexes that hopefully next year we can bring you forward another 1, 2 of those that are well thought out and put together. Kind of pick out the ones that are more probable than putting together a tornado plan today.
Never know. Oh, yeah.
But just to clarify, like the bulk of the plan is agnostic about what type of disaster.
Yeah.
It's really only the flood annex, and because of the likelihood of floods, that's the first annex we're starting with. But just like the chief said, future annexes.
All right, thanks. Any other questions from council? Any questions or comments from members of the public? Steve?
Steve Whitaker, I want to just cast this in the light of process. This is clearly a government function, and our city government did not contract for the creation of this plan. This plan was prepared through contracts that have not been made public, through correspondence that's not public, through meetings that were not open to the public, and that's not the way government does business. It's anathema to the way public. Now, I'm not saying a lot of good work didn't go into this plan, but this plan should not be adopted at this point. It should be accepted provisionally, and then all the gaps that you're beginning to see, and I haven't even seen a printed copy of this plan, and I went looking for it at the Montpelier Strong website and couldn't find it. Montpelier site couldn't find it. So I just looked at the binder, and there's no mention of these neighbor nets that we just heard about as being a core function. Other types of emergencies. I'm afraid that if this is adopted, it'll be a year, and we'll only have this discussion when it comes time to re-adopt it next year. Whereas I believe this should be a starting point. It should become a public document now and be heretofore prepared in, y'all have to think up the venue and the group of people that are going to do it, but they need to keep developing this plan. I asked to see the contract between the consultant to know what the scope of work was. Not available. Nothing's available, you know? So this is not the way public business is done, fundamentally, and I ask you to take that to heart. That the integrity that you bring to this process and the lack thereof that you overlook compounds this problem. So I applaud the work that went into it. It was not done through a proper process. For it to be adopted without study or scrutiny by a city council, just like, oh yeah, we got off without doing the work. Now it's time. Now the work starts, and it should be developed and maybe adopted into the summer or something. Do another short form, but provisionally, we need to examine and fill the gaps and find out how we're going to engage with the public. Because this was a failure as regards to public participation and transparent plan development.
Thank you, Steve. Yes.
Good evening, Lynn Wild, number 5 St. Paul Street. I'm kind of the instigator of the NeighborNet system. We started it on St. Paul Street in 2016, planting trees to improve climate resilience. And out of that, we got to know neighbors on the street, which is the key essential for any kind of response, is to know who you have to work with and who needs your help. And so NeighborNet up until recently has been street by street or neighborhood by neighborhood. And we have at the point where we are now, we have a really good roster of who lives on the street, and we know who needs evacuation and can't do it for themselves. One of the things that I learned in my years of working in emergency management in Texas, where I was a logistics chair at the State Health Department, was that for the first 48 to 72 hours, you're on your own. And that's not something that the city can teach individual neighbors. It's not something that the state can teach communities. It's something that you have to be willing to learn, and there are classes to take, and there are people to talk to, but you've got to get your folks motivated to do it. And I would have to say that the water rising on July 11th up on the first step of my porch is pretty motivating, and we've been able to get a lot of people to sign up and give us their numbers so we can reach them if there's something like that happening again. Just to be brief, having read this plan and having been a NIMS coordinator back in Texas, I am really impressed with the integration of the 4 constituents of the city, the partners, the community, and the residents. And I think that yes, there's some work to be done. Continuous improvement doesn't mean that we're gonna be done with it in a year, or 2 years, or 3 years, but I think it's a very worthy place to begin. As to contracts, I'm sure if they're there, they'll be made apparent. And to get this work done with the Vermont Emergency Management Department was really, you can tell it's been done by people who do emergency management. One more thing I want to say about this is that I'm having an end of the day moment with my memory. Anybody have that? I think my questions are, how do we get the people on St. Paul Street and other streets to engage in actual exercises? So, because you don't really know what you're doing until you get faced with a scenario. And we used to do those all the time in Texas. Is that my time?
That's your time.
Okay, so
Thank-
that was my question, is how do we get people engaged? And I want to thank everyone that's worked on this. It's very, very good.
Thank you very much. Mark?
I'm Mark Gwynn. I live on Nelson Street. I want to just start out by reiterating a lot of things we've already heard, which is a lot of gratitude for Chief Libby, for the partnership with the city, for all the stakeholders who met with us, including Washington County Mental Health and Good Samaritan and Another Way, et cetera, et cetera. And I want to focus my comments mostly on what's sort of outlined on page 42 of this document, which is the community part. It's actually the last 2 or 3 bullets that were in Chief Libby's presentation. The community preparation part, the continuous improvement part. I think what we need, as Lynn was just saying, you don't know how you're doing something until you actually start to go through it. So what we need with a plan like this, the reason it was created was that the city itself doesn't have the capacity to be all things to all people in every emergency, right? It takes a total community. So what we're asking with this plan is for the city to state what it is going to do so that at least the city's role is clear. Meanwhile, community pieces, the NeighborNet activities, the individual household preparedness, business preparedness workshops, which are currently being held out, are being carried out and planned, all of those things coalesce around something. We don't know what we're doing until we start doing it. So what we really need from City Council is the leadership to adopt this plan so that we have a square one from which to begin this continuous improvement that over the coming years will allow us to do a lot of the things that Adrian pointed out, bringing in memorandums of understanding with all of the necessary partners. They're not all included in here, but this is a way, I believe, for city staff to begin implementing the things that are there, identifying the holes that are not there, and then working with other community partners, businesses, and residents to eventually fill out a complete plan. I'd also just like to say again that about the process of this, as Ben pointed out, this was created through hours and hours of volunteered time. We used help of a consultant that was paid for completely with private money. There was no public investment or public cost to the city or to the residents to create this plan. And the city itself had said it really did not have the capacity to go forth and create a plan like this. So that is where we stepped in to sort of fill that gap and offer this up to the city as a really good starting point to begin that continuous improvement. Finally, I'd like to just point out that the options, if we do not adopt this plan, are to
Here's your
go with the same 4 or 5 page thing we've had before. This is, no, I don't. Thank you, Steve. Well, all right.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks very much.
And I appreciate all your work you did on this. I've been told that you're mostly the author of this, and I know you'll be very modest, but great work. I want to especially express my appreciation for having a glossary of acronyms and initialisms at the back, because we all get used to using a jargon that members of the public don't necessarily know. Is there, council members, is there a motion to approve the plan as submitted? Is there a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Thanks for all your work on this. All right, next up, we're on Federal Building. Update and discussion.
Josh Jerome, Planning Department.
And John Copan's Montpelier Commission for Recovery and Resilience.
As you know, the federal government is divesting itself of their building downtown, and they've reached a critical point in their process where they have reached out throughout the federal government to see if any of their agencies can use the asset, or if a homelessness organization can use it for homelessness activities and manage it. The answer has been no. None of the federal agencies want it, and it can't be used and managed by a homeless organization in Central Vermont. So now they are in the negotiated sale phase of their process, and that's a 30-day process where they have sent letters out. We just received a letter Monday afternoon. I don't know if it's been dispersed to councilors. And they've sent the letters out to the city and the state asking them if they're interested in wanting to pursue purchasing the building. It requires an action by May 21st. That's the deadline. And so at this point, I think that question is before council. And I think there's some things to consider. I think part of the concern has always been, what is going to happen with this huge asset in the middle of the downtown? And how can the city and the community try to preserve an ability to effectuate change at that site? And so I think there's a question as to whether or not the city should put forward a letter of interest, which does not require a lot of material, to at least extend the timeline so that stakeholders of the community can work towards trying to come up with a plan or a vision to help secure what can happen there. Because I think there's organizations throughout the community who are talking about that, nonprofit organizations talking about it, and there's still some restrictions as to what could happen to the building. Like Section 106 review is going to be is going to happen with the state. GSA, federal government has that letter drafted to the State Historic Preservation Office. It's on their desk, and it'll be sent to the state sometime in the next week. And that will start the historic preservation review. And by all accounts of our communications with people at the state and with GSA, that there might be covenants placed on that building that will require the exterior to be preserved, because it does represent architectural style that is not prevalent in the state, certainly not in Montpelier. But that is a process that has not yet started yet. I think that's a question for council as to whether or not the city, in partnership with stakeholders like John in the commission, working with other organizations to try to figure out a way to buy some more time to have a conversation of what that site could be for the community.
And John, do you have anything to add at this point?
I should first sort of explain my presence or our interest in this. I think for the Montpelier Commission, we do see some significant resilience implications in terms of what happens at 87 State Street. And I would describe those as follows. One is, we think it's a real opportunity in terms of the parking question. As you all know, we have a ton of pavement that is along our river that is state parking. And this could be an opportunity to potentially relocate some of that parking and put that riverfront to a much better use in terms of green space and flood resilience. Also, you know, one of the priorities of the commission is fundamentally a vibrant and adaptive downtown. And so again, this parcel, we're talking about a building that's 70,000 square feet, and we're talking about 1.6 acres right in the core of our downtown. If the future of that site involves resilient housing, resilient parking, and more resilience within the federal building, what we're talking about is a reinvestment in our downtown in a way that's resilient to future flooding. So just to sort of be clear about why we are interested in this, I would say the other thing I would highlight is we are working with a great legislative delegation to secure a $100,000 appropriation, essentially to do a study of the building and the opportunities for that building and some adjacent parcels in terms of economic development, housing, and parking. Because big picture, this parcel has tremendous, I think, implications in terms of the future of Montpelier. Whenever we have done studies, and there have been multiple studies of what we call the pit, right? The parking that runs along Court Street, they've always left out the federal parcel because the sense was it was never going to be in play. It was always going to be a federal building and a parking lot. The fact that it is now in play represents a real opportunity. And so I think what we're doing as a commission is trying to be a convener with partners to see where there are common interests. And my encouragement to you all is essentially give the city a seat at the table in this conversation by engaging in this process. That does not, by no means does that commit the city in terms of ultimately necessarily purchasing the property. But the reality is we need to do due diligence, and we need time to do that due diligence. There's at this point concern about how quick this process is going to go if no entity raises their hand and says they're interested in participating in this process. So I'm not sure that's a decision that has to be made tonight, but I'm trying to frame up for you all what we think is going to be important for you all to consider before May 21st.
And to be clear, if nobody, either state government or city government, puts in a letter of interest, then it just frees up the government to put it on the market, put it up for auction, and could be sold to anyone.
Yeah, there is a public auction that would go to, just like eBay, it's online. They would do an appraisal to come up with a fair market value. So they have the right to refuse offers that are made on the public auction site if they don't feel like it's meeting a certain threshold. But anybody can put bid on it.
And when we met with the people from GSA and toured the building, they were telling us, well, this is going to move pretty fast. And they were right, it really has. So, and they were clearly predicting this is not going to be seen as appropriate for homelessness services.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, the federal government is not operating like normal, right? And so when talking with GSA to try to get a sense of how much time could the community buy to have these additional conversations, we're not talking like 12 months, right? We could ask for that long, but their response to me was, we're probably not going to give you 12 months to figure this out. We might come back and say, figure it out in 5. So.
Any other council members have questions?
Yeah, I mean, I would just comment that there's really two things at play, like an enormous opportunity to think about how our downtown is redefined in a resilient fashion. And the other end of that is what happens if we have examples in our community of people buying properties on speculation and them not being developed. And this is a really important parcel that in many ways is a keystone, I think, to the redevelopment. And I just want to acknowledge that we're not talking here, what we're talking about is an opportunity to put together a public-private partnership that could look at, potential uses, or the city having some kind of say or shape what happens to that parcel, because if it goes up on GSA's version of eBay, we will not have that. And so I just think it's unfortunate that it's moving at such a breakneck speed, but this is where we are, and I think it's really important that the entire community understand the implications of what could happen.
Sal?
So after living in Vermont for 30 years, my job took me to Washington, D.C., and when I got back in 2017, I was amazed to find that the pit was still the pit. Big empty spot, like a donut hole in the middle of the city. And also when I got back, it was the beginning of the change in really the economic rhythm of the city. I mean, it started with the pandemic, the lockdown, and went to, hybrid working, and culminated in the flood. I hope that's the end of it, but we have not recovered. People are trying hard, and it's looking better and better, but it's still a critical situation. And I think what happens downtown in the next few years will determine the future of the city for a long time. It sounds to me like we don't have anything to lose by expressing interest and buying some time to see if we can put together some sort of coalition to make something out of that parcel. And we have, it's sort of a once in a lifetime opportunity, because we have the state and the feds, Vermont Mutual, I think, is part of the discussion. All of the sort of adjoining property owners are involved, and that's not going to happen. I don't see that we have much to lose by expressing here, which is all we have to do, is express interest. I know there's a list of questions that we have to answer, but seems like it's worth pursuing and quickly.
Palin?
Thank you for the presentation. Jack, when you said we met with GSA, what do you mean by we? The city or?
There were a couple of meetings involving with me, the city manager, the deputy assistant city manager, I think Mike and Josh were also there, maybe Chris Lumbra, but we toured the building. The building is structurally fine, but it's weird going through it because there are places where people's desks still have their laptops on them and their cups full of pens and stuff.
So were there any documents for this meeting?
Were there any what documents?
Mm-hmm.
No. Yep.
Okay.
And
So are they public meetings? Were they?
they were just they were not warned meeting. They weren't the official legislative body. And I can tell you that we tried to get GSA to come here to a city council meeting to make a presentation, and they said they were told not to do it.
Okay.
So there we are.
I just want to be sure that if everybody knows.
Yeah. So,
Thank you.
so I would entertain a motion to direct the city. Oh, go ahead.
So I just want to make it clear what is the city's role in this, like showing the interest. Are we planning to purchase this building? If so, where is the budget for it? How much we are planning to spend? If our goal is to support communal resiliency, what's our role? So I like when John explained their goals. They were very clear, very straightforward. I voted. But with the city, we have no information. So how can I say yes or no? without any information what our role is as a city. So I would be more comfortable to talk about this again when we have more information. I know the time is limited, but now I'm feeling like I am signing a blank paper, and I don't know what I am signing. So thank you.
Carrie?
Yeah, sort of along the same lines, I definitely want to take advantage of whatever opportunities this space can give us, and the fact that it's available and happening, and I don't want to miss out on that. And I think, I agree that this is a time to really pay attention to our downtown. I want to be really clear what it is you're asking us to do right now. It sounds like send a letter of interest, which says we might want to maybe purchase it,
Yeah, in essence,
and we want some time to
proposing
plan that.
some sort of public benefits, a timeline, and in essence, the due diligence steps needed to come to a decision on whether or not the city can purchase. Let's be honest, like the city can't purchase this.
Right.
Right? This is just to buy time so that stakeholders can try to come together, right?
Can you, though, tell us a little bit more about what would actually be in that letter? What we would be expressing interest in, what we would be saying?
Well, I mean, again, like the timeline, how long is it going to take the city to come up and answer the questions of due diligence, right? That's one of the requirements. The public benefit, which GSA said is very flexible. You make the case for it, right? It's housing a public benefit, sure. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. It's right here in the letter.
The letter? Okay, great.
Can I suggest what I think this really is? I think this is like the city raises its hand because it's one of the only entities that can do it. It's the mechanism and the instrumentality to put together a public-private partnership. Who's in that public-private partnership? Central Vermont Economic Development Corporation, Regional Planning Commission, Evernorth, Downstreet, potential players from the state, like a working group that can actually put together some kind of development group or proposal that finds a path forward. I think it's premature to know exactly what that path forward is, other than the reality of the city's limited capacity to buy anything, right? But it becomes the mechanism for putting together people who can put together a vision and a potential plan for purchasing something. And I would say that the city's role would be like the key partner at the table, that is the convener, that is the lends credibility to the effort, that, engages the community, like all of those things. The truth is, I just feel like in terms of community and economic development in our downtowns in Vermont, it does not happen without public-private partnership. Without the intervention of the municipality, it doesn't happen. And you can see that in St. Johnsbury and St. Albans and Winooski and South Burlington. It doesn't happen. And so if we want something positive to happen in this site, it'll only happen if we take an active role.
So folks, before I see a couple of hands up, I will mention we are at about 17 and a half minutes. We've been told that we do not have to take action on this tonight, so we could take this up at a future meeting if people want to go into this in more depth. Yes.
When we talk about this next meeting, can you just please bring the letter you are planning to send to the state and just like define what the city's role very specific, because I don't want to see like city has an interest in purchasing. We should clear that our role is to support public-private partnership, because I don't want to hold city like because you said you are interested in purchases. Now it is time. So what are you thinking? Kind of action.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
I won't, but somebody will, yes.
Jim?
Just a quick question. Does the state have any interest in this at all?
Good question. We just have a letter, so we haven't had any of those conversations. I don't think they would be. I mean, they already have a bunch of underutilized assets that is downtown. So, but it could be an opportunity to partner and collaborate.
I just wondered if they had it, anybody reached out to them and even asked them anything, that's all.
Yeah.
I will say that for the commission, we have engaged various state players, including BGS, over the course of the last few months to imagine the possibilities, particularly around shared parking, because that's where there would be collaboration. To say that they are ready to say yes would be way premature, but we certainly feel like it's important to be engaging in that conversation.
Thank you.
Sal?
Just one quick question. So this letter has been sent to the city of Montpelier and only to the city of Montpelier and to the state. So the city can express interest, the state can express interest as well.
Yes, technically by statute, nonprofit organizations that are funded with public dollars and also, and CDRPC, also that they are continuing to suffer.
So they've all been notified with a similar letter? No.
I don't know if they've all been notified, but by statute, those are the entities that
I see.
can handle it. But whether or not GSA sent them a letter, I don't know. I do know that they sent it to the city and to the state.
So it seems to me we can ask to have a letter prepared for review at the next meeting and have it as an agenda item.
Is that what people want to do? All right.
I just said the same thing.
Yep. Yeah.
Thank you for echoing my suggestion.
Steve, in the interest of expedition, I'm going to take your comments when we take this up at a future meeting.
It's timely now because it affects what work gets done before the next meeting.
All right.
And that's the transparency issue that I made prior applies fundamentally here, but we're at its starting point. So public-private partnerships, there's no assurance of transparency. So how we structure this deal, if the city is the recipient of the building, even if it's acquired in partnership, but we also might prefer a state because National Life's lease state of Vermont's lease on National Life comes to an end soon. And if we could bring those workers, the Commerce Agency back down into town, that would be good for our businesses. So I think we first fundamentally insist that however we structure this, we do it with transparency and, not, you serve a dual role sitting on this body that is our shadow government right now. And so I'm a little reticent about your advocating for more of that. So
Thank you. Thank you. All right. We'll get this on a future agenda. Now we're up to item 10. Steve Saban's pasture. Alan, I think I saw you online. Alan Goldman. Alan Goldman, if you can turn on your microphone and camera and start talking. Alan Goldman, are you there? Are you hearing me? Raise your hand or make some kind of signal.
Can you hear me now, sir?
I can hear you. I still can't see you, but go ahead.
At least thank you. At least I was able to unmute me. Thank you. Hold on one second. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. I know you're all very busy, so I'll try to be very quick tonight. Thank you again for letting us address you. And we're really excited. Sabins is going to be a wonderful project, and we're working very, very hard. I want to apologize to the counselor who I spoke to last time. Act 47 and Act 181 are moving very, very rapidly. So somebody had asked us if we were going to do the senior housing, something would be affordable. I apologize. Before Act 181 had come out, that actually was the case. But we have to change it. So the senior housing project will be Act 250 exempt, but under Act 181, I want to correct ourselves. We do have to have a component of affordability. And so I wanted to add that'll also be something very, very exciting. And I apologize for the mistake. It's just that Act 47 and 181 are complex and they're moving very rapidly. So much so, we've had to gain some counsel to try to navigate some of these waters. I wanted to thank you again, Mr. Miller, for pointing out that we have changed some of our jurisdictions. I think it's fantastic. And we now have a 1 to 4, a 5 to 15, and a 15 plus, which really opens the window of opportunity, and we can't thank you enough. I made a mistake, and so I just wanted to point out as well, if you please go to Development Standards 3001B, it says mixed uses. It says any combination of permitted or conditional uses may be allowed on a single parcel. 1, where residential uses are in a separate or multiple structures, the use will be regulated based on the total number of units on the parcel. 3 single unit homes on a non-subdivided parcel will therefore be a conditional use in the rural district because 3 dwellings is a conditional use in that district. So I did find that that contradicted the chart, and I'm sure we want to change that. And we would appreciate that. Then we're going to give you a much more defined outline, but as things are moving so quickly and we realize we have to keep tuning up, I will give you that later. But I wanted to then ask you folks about something that's come to our attention because we're really ready to go. We're ready to go now. So something came out, I guess, on April 21st. There is something happening with the state in 67 million. There is a CDBG-DR block grant action plan taking place. And much of it is being targeted towards our Washington County. And so I believe the CCR project is applying for $4 or $5 million or something in that range. And we too would like to please get on that ability to apply for that grant. We are ready to go now, and that would be fantastic. And we'd love Mr. Miller, if you could, to explain some more about that, because I've made plenty of mistakes. We're just anxious to see if we could really make something like that happen.
Thank you, Alan. I don't think it's particularly useful to have Mike go over all this stuff with you in a public meeting. I would encourage you to, and Doug Zorzi, to sit down with the planning office to discuss all of this. And I think the real question I have for you, and given that you don't really need to keep coming back to the city council to tell us what your plans are, because we don't act to approve development plans, but I'm still very interested in if you have a timeline for when you'll be ready to apply for permits, because I would love to see something happen there. 40 plus years ago, when I moved to Montpelier, I would drive along Barry Street, and at that time, there were speedboats parked on the bottom of Sabin's pasture, across from Bevan's Speed and Cycle, and I guess they were their inventory. And being a housing lawyer way back then, I was thinking, well, that looks like an ideal place for housing, and so I would love to see housing there. And I wonder if you could give us an idea of when you'll be ready to apply for your permits.
Yes, Mayor, and we're very, very excited, and I feel the same way. We both have been watching Sabins for probably 30, 40 years. The first thing was to really make sure we have the city's support and that we're going in the right direction. So when I first told the counselor, I did not mean to make a mistake, that it would only be senior housing. It will be senior housing with an affordable component. Mayor, we have been ready since October of 22. We were asked to step aside, and we did. And so we have done that all this time. Now Act 250 has changed through 47 and 181. And so we're very anxious to move forward. And to hear that there's potentially 67 million, where a big piece will be targeting Washington County, we have a fantastic opportunity to be able to move forward. And we would like to meet with the council in private to share the estimates we have for the road to go in as soon as you have some space. So our timeline would be, if we had surety of what we're able to do, I would start getting second and third estimates. And hopefully with all permits in place, we could start breaking ground maybe by the end of the summer or early fall.
I'd love to see that. Anyone else have any questions? Okay, thank you, Alan.
Well, I was going to say, before we close, so I appreciate what you said. I hope we'll take a look at 3001B because it does contradict it. And then we would love to find out more, if possible, with the council. How could the CDBG-DR block grant action plan hopefully help us, potentially the CCR, and any other things that we're trying to work on in our community? I'm very excited to see if we can help, if we can gain access to that, to those funds to help all of our projects. And so we'd ask in final then, how could we possibly meet with the council in private so we can go over some of the estimates that really can't go public?
I would suggest meet with Mike Miller. I don't know that there's a need to have an executive session with the council. I know that Mike is an expert in community development, and so is Josh. And so why don't we start there, and then we'll discuss what the next steps are, if you even need to be before the council.
Well, I appreciate that. We will heed your advice. But Mayor, I have to say, we may ask to respectively come back, and we look forward to whenever we can give you some more information.
Great. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. And I apologize, Council, that I gave you misinformation about there was no affordable component for that senior housing. I made a mistake.
It's okay. It's complicated stuff. See you, Alan.
Thank you, folks.
All right. Next up, Elks Club RFP decision. Where are we with this? Who's up?
So I'm happy to kind of tee up this conversation. So in your packets, you have 3 proposals that have come forward. Back on March 27th, the city issued a request for proposal for community services up at Country Club Road. And so really what we were looking for is for entities to come forward with a plan to work with city staff on a long-term lease for recreational or community uses to complement existing services in future city plans. Also in your packet is a visioning report from community services. That was not intended really as an alternative proposal, is really to kind of showcase what community services has planned at that site. So as you consider other proposals, you might see what might be compatible with those uses. And so I'll just cut to the chase here. What staff has recommended based on the review of the proposals is that you take a look at the Turtle Island Hub proposal and the Generations Vermont proposal and instruct staff to begin working with those entities to come up with some proposals to bring forward in terms of leases. We also felt that it would be important to set Turtle Island as a priority in those discussions and bringing those lease terms back, maybe in sort of a 5 to 7 year term in consideration of what might be done on the property going forward. So really it's a discussion to decide how you want to move forward. Really, we're just looking for you to kind of give guidance on selecting, one or a couple of the proposals to work with and instruct city staff to engage.
Thanks, Kelly. One of the things at the outset of this conversation, I just have to ask, how should council, first off, I want to mention I got an email from someone saying that it's been kind of hard to hear people, so please remember to use our microphones. How should council be thinking about this question in the context of the decision we also made to take another look at how we're planning on configuring development on that parcel?
So that's a interesting question. I mean, so right now, council is, considering alternative concepts for that particular property. The RFP was formatted before, we decided to take another look. So really, it's concept A that we'd be looking at, but, we might be able to talk with entities, see what their needs are, bring it back for you to discuss, and hopefully, there would be some review of the Country Club Road plans coming to a future agenda, so we could try to match those up.
Sally?
Well, the subcommittee has not yet officially met, but we're close to having a date and putting together an agenda for a meeting to look at the concept. And I think it was somewhat misleading to talk about it as a flip-flop of housing and recreation. It's really just a reorientation of the recreation area to use more of the flattest land on the side. I can't foresee that discussion would have much of an effect, frankly, on continuing negotiations with these other organizations. We'll probably meet in early May as a subcommittee. I imagine we'd have some sort of recommendation shortly after that. Hopefully, I think by the 14th is what we were shooting for. But speaking personally, I don't foresee the need to hold up resuming conversations with Turtle Island and have been initiating generations. I don't think they'll be affected, at least not this stage of negotiation.
Okay, because one of the questions obviously is the building still going to be there? And you're not anticipating any resolution where we say, well, we don't need that building, we're going to reconfigure everything.
Well, no, I think part of the study that part of the overall study by White and Burke included a review of that building. I mean, to rebuild that building is probably a $7 million project. It's still a very useful structure, a little odd in design and somewhat dated, but I certainly wouldn't suggest raising it at this point.
All right.
I don't know what others think, but-
Okay.
I would just concur. I mean, I think, hopefully the conversation leads to some consensus around a concept very quickly, and I think it would be a mistake to delay moving forward with any kind of negotiation with the parties that have been identified.
All right. Council, where are we? Carrie?
So I have some questions about the proposals. Is this a time to be asking those, and is there a way we can get answers?
Yes, you want to?
Okay,
Start.
I'll start with my questions, and Kelly may be able to answer some of these. So, so the staff is recommending that we work with the Hub and Turtle Island proposal and with the Generations Vermont proposal, and try to find something that works with all of these together. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
And it wasn't clear to me how just logistically that might work from reading the proposals. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Well, so I mean, I think, all of the proposals are good, and we didn't want to really count any of them out. So we really wanted the opportunity to talk with each of the entities and kind of really determine, all right, based on these proposals, what would you like to see happen? What's your timeline? I mean, they provided that, but, really to get into the nitty-gritty details of what the needs would be, so is there a way that we would be able to all work together on that site to develop those projects? So I think, I'm hoping that answers your question. I don't have the specifics because I think we did see that there was definitely a connection between, childcare and also the Generations proposal, but without talking to them about what might be possible.
Okay, so it sounds like what you're asking for is like a part 2 of the RFP process. You want to go and have conversations with them, get more information, and then come back with another recommendation for
Yeah, so right now, as it stands, what we have in front of us, I mean, Turtle Island has a pretty clear business plan proposal that we would probably advance first, just because there's a need, and so we would take that up first. And then the other two entities, we would need to determine what that would look like on that site. There's a lot to hash out, to bring back to council to say, okay, here's the proposal and what it looks like on that site. Is this something you would accept or not? And so by selecting the entities or sort of what they put forward for proposals at this point, we would be proposing that we work with them to figure out, how, it could all sort of work on that location. I guess the idea from a staff perspective is that, we would be interested in developing those partnerships to see if we could work something out. And so there would be a part two. So what you're suggesting is, yes, there would be a part two in terms of, working with Turtle Island, working with the hub, but also working with Generations to see if there's a way to maybe fit all the needs that have been proposed.
Palin.
So all the discussions I remember, like the previous one, I think we were telling groups, bring your proposals, then we will approve, then you will start working on your plans. That's why I prefer picking one proposal. My preference is Turtle Island and Hub, because they were very, very detailed, and I didn't have any questions because everything is there on their proposal, and it's one proposal. So if you say, oh, Turtle Island can start, but it is one proposal, so they are the partners, so why Hub is waiting? So I prefer approving Turtle Island and Hub proposal, and then you can, city staff can start working the plans, and they can, because they want to raise money, right? They want to start their campaign, so they can start working, and we can see their plans are happening on that site. And if you want to do other things, you can still talk to the other group. But I think Turtle Island and Hub proposal should just got the support from City Council, and they can start their planning. Thank you.
Thanks, Palin. Jim?
Yeah, I would agree with what she said. I thought they've already kind of worked things out between the two of them, but maybe they both can come up here and tell me that I'm wrong, but, okay. So, I mean, and it seemed like to me they were coming together forward, and I was thinking that, yeah, I'm ready to say yes to both of you. And I don't think it should be one before the other. I think they're both very important. I mean, obviously one's for the children of our city, but physical exercise. And I worked in First and Fitness, was a part-time trainer, and before I got felled by disability, I worked out a lot, and I can tell you the benefits are tremendous no matter what you do. And without Wedgwood and First and Fitness gone, they're going to fill a hole that I think more Americans need to get involved in because, well, I won't go into that. But I would like to, I would entertain maybe just a brief saying of how you have already figured things out about working together and just kind of affirm that.
Yeah, I think I'd like to invite both groups to come up and make a brief presentation, because I think, it's only fair. Mark, you want to come up? Yeah. Yes, come up together, yeah. You can pull up another chair. And I'm not going to hold you to 3 minutes, but I would like to move it along.
My name is Phoebe Stone. I'm with Turtle Island, obviously.
I'm Mark LaRosa. I'm a Montpelier resident, and I'm the board president at Turtle Island.
John Ray Hill with the Hub.
And Nat Winthrop with the Hub.
All right, you're on.
Do you have specific questions we should start with? Because I feel like our proposal was pretty clear.
I agree
just
that it
talk
was.
about and reaffirm how you have really worked on this together, and you want to come forward together, and you've kind of worked out that part. I mean, that's what we're looking for to hear, that's what my question was, to affirm it, and, so we can say, yeah, let's move you both forward.
Yeah, I would like to say that we both feel pretty confident. I'm speak for Turtle Island, I guess, at this point, but we've felt confident working with the hub because it's clear that we have mutual respect for each other's organizations and missions, and we each only need a certain amount of space in that building, and it actually is a benefit to each of us that we don't have to worry about what is going to happen with the remainder of the building because we know what would happen. And we've even worked out some of the outdoor space logistics for at least the first 5 years or so. And we've talked about meeting regularly as as a group to make sure that we continue that mutually beneficial relationship.
And I'd also first like to thank the Hub for their collaboration. It's been a very good partnership. We brought different levels of expertise together, and they helped us quite a lot in getting our proposal ready. And I think that one of the reasons it's attractive to us is that what the Hub wants to do, what we want to do, are both things that are noted as priorities for the city, recreation and childcare. So I think it's a very good match. We're not really going to be in any kind of competition. I think it'll be a good partnership. And I can only speak for us, but I think mutually, we have seen that we are two groups who are ready to act. I can tell you that Turtle Island is in a very strong position to execute the plan that we gave you, forthwithly. So I believe that you would probably say the same things about yourselves, but we found that this is a great working relationship, and I think I feel positive about going forward as collaborators.
We've also enjoyed this process. It's been fun to actually sit down and work things out with a group. We've found areas in the building where we could share functions, which is one of our goals. And we too are ready to go with our phase one and to get that building back into use and get some more activity there. We've got a lot of work to do, and we would appreciate any speed you can give to get us going again.
All right, council members have any, Carrie?
Sorry, I have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Don't be sorry, that's what we're here for.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you all were able to come together, and I would love to see childcare there. I would love to see recreation there. I'm hoping that we can find a way to make this work. My questions are about kind of the longer term visions for what's going to happen there. So I noticed in the proposal, and I'm sorry, it was very long. I could not read every single word, but I did my best. And it seemed to me that Turtle Island is thinking that possibly you may want to build a facility that will accommodate your whole, because right now you're talking about splitting your program, right, to two different places. But maybe down the road, you might be able to build something that would accommodate the whole thing at the Country Club Road property somewhere, right? Is that what you're thinking?
Possibility.
It's a possibility, yeah.
Given the fact that the council is looking at readdressing the needs and use of that space, we just wanted to put that out there as a great use of the space. And, with Generations Vermont, that could be another great way to have another collaboration. We have spoken with them also, not recently, but it seems like a really great mission that they have. And I see this partnership as a launch for that site, because it will just activate it and get people going there. And I know people go there as it is, like to go skiing and to walk their dogs, but once there's a restaurant and activity and childcare, it's just gonna become a gathering place, and then it's just gonna go from there, and how I see it.
So you're thinking that it's possible that Turtle Island might purchase a piece of property there and build your own.
Purchase or rent, you know,
Yeah.
we are in a crisis right now, so we're just like.
I know this is down the road, yeah, that's totally fine. So then along the same lines, it seemed to me that the hub's plans were much more definitive, and that you're planning to build something at that site where the current building is. And so I'm wary about us committing to that as a city. I think we haven't really envisioned how we're going to use that whole space or not, and committing to somebody else using that entire building and that entire space. I'm wary about that. So, and I also wonder what you're thinking in terms of how that would work logistically as well. Are you talking about purchasing some of the property to build your own building on, or are you hoping that you can lease it in perpetuity to put your own building on it? Or just tell me a little bit about how you envision that working.
All of that is subject to discussions that we've only just begun with the city. The RFP process temporarily derailed those discussions. We were having weekly meetings, but we really only had one truly substantive meeting with the city on March 6th. We need to have ongoing meetings over the next weeks to address the public-private partnership between the hub and the city. We think one way that our plans, our RFP proposal works is that, you know, for 3 years we've been discussing a public-private partnership with the city. And yet there's been very little meaningful collaboration in terms of those discussions. So with Turtle Island seeking a 5 to 7 year lease, that sort of dovetails with the city being close to broke right now and looking for money from Trump administration. I don't know how that's going to work. Anyway, Bill Frazier and Arnie McMullen, he can speak for himself, talked about it's going to be a minimum of 5 to 10 years before the city is ready to contemplate building a new rec center or a community building up on that property. But in terms of the existing building and the visionary proposal, what do you call it, Kelly? That,
You got it, the visionary report that we put in there, we just wanted to make sure that there was context for what, you know, sort of we were thinking. And so, I mean, I think what you're referencing in terms of collaboration with city staff is we just wanted to make sure that whatever proposal was selected, that it was known that there are components that we would want to work with that entity to kind of make sure that there was cohesion around the different ideas.
so in terms of the city's designs on using some of that clubhouse space, if Turtle Island is moving out in 5 to 7 years, the city could then move in. The city will still own the whole building. We're looking for a minimum 25-year lease on half of the building, but that's our opening ask from the city. We haven't had any opportunity to discuss that with the city. And we're looking, Bill Frazier was the one who suggested a 90-year lease on the 2 acres, more or less, that we're looking for to build our sports mart. But we're looking for a minimum of a 50-year lease. We need long-term leases in order to be eligible for both large grants and large loans. Otherwise, we really can't proceed with our business plan.
Carrie? Well, Carrie, do you have more questions? I'm sure you...
I didn't really get an answer to what happens at the end of that lease. we built a sports barn and now it's 50 years later and the city owns the land underneath it and the hub owns the sports barn, what happens then?
Either the lease is renewed or, I don't know, I would think, I can't answer what's gonna happen 50 years from now, I'm sorry.
Well, it's not that long, and if we're gonna start ourselves down a road of allowing somebody else to build on our property, a very significant structure, then I think we have to have a sense of what's gonna happen after 50 years. It's not a ridiculous amount of time to contemplate.
I think it's, Steve Guglini is part of our group, and we miss him because he's the realtor guy, but I think it's fairly standard to have long-term leases. So I don't think that we're creating something which is unusual, and that shouldn't be part of the terms.
That's fine. I just want to understand what we're getting ourselves into.
Palin?
So I remember we said how before Total Light comes to the play, city is not planning to sell any land. That's why they prepared a proposal based on leasing. So as far as I remember, we said no selling any land. So in 50 years, if we change our idea as a city council, then maybe the discussions will start. But for now, I don't know, we can go and check the meetings, minutes or recording, but we already told them we are not planning to sell any land there.
Jim?
Yeah, I understand your concern. I mean, in 50 years, you would talk about renewing it. Not you. I won't be on the council. Maybe none of us will. But and this has been done with the city before. We signed a 99-year lease on the parking lot behind Abishan's that goes to 1988. I don't know if a lot of the city knows that, but so this isn't something unusual. And I would kind of agree with what Palin said. The city should just hold on to use of the land because, I mean, let's just look at the scenario that it doesn't work. Maybe the economy goes crazy or something and you build a building and then it all collapses. Then would have to be worked out how the building is dealt with, but the city would still own the land. And I think it would be odd to sell you a piece because, yeah, we'd make money on the sale, but we would never make any money, I don't think, from that point on because you're a nonprofit. The building wouldn't go on the tax rolls. The land wouldn't go on the tax rolls. Am I right in saying that?
Maybe, maybe not.
Not necessarily.
Well,
not necessarily. There's a whole body of law about what kinds of uses can be tax-free.
Right, it might be because
there's the American Fly Fishing Museum case.
Right. But anyway, I can understand that if you put a building there, yeah, you want as long a term of lease as you want, and like we wanted a long-term lease on that parking lot, and we went in and actually did I know because I designed that parking lot myself, and we went in and fixed it up because we knew we were going to have it for a long time. So this is not unusual, and I appreciate that you want some stability and some security, and so I think if we hold on to the land, that gives us some.
Ben?
Yeah, a couple things. I just want to say, I'm so appreciative that both of you got together to work together collaboratively to make this happen, like a joint proposal. It's really great. And I just really appreciate that. I intend to support this in the sense of what we're doing right now, I believe, is authorizing the city staff to move forward to negotiate a lease. The question I have is, are we talking about one lease, two leases, two separate leases?
Separate leases.
Okay, great. And, I kind of already shared some of these concerns with John and Nat, but like, I am supportive of this. I think the opportunity for partnership with the city is a good one. But I also, think we really need to take a really hard look at the leases when they come back to us. I think we have a pretty strong business plan from Turtle Island ready to go. I have questions about the hub in terms of the long-term strategy and the funding sources available for that, which contemplate loans from BETA, Community Loan Foundation, and the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Relief Grants that we heard about tonight a little bit. And also just there's a line in here in the business plan that says, we also assume the city of Montpelier will set lease payments in the first 4 to 5 years that will enable us to recoup the $300,000 we plan to spend on renovating half of the existing building. I see enormous value in a building being activated and having people in the building. I think it's a really great way to maintain and preserve an asset. But I also just want to really be thinking about, you know, what is the benefit to the city, right? And in some sense, we want to make sure that we're preserving the opportunity for our city recreation, city-led recreation, to be able to really have that partnership, right? So I just want to point out that it's a pretty complicated scenario. And again, really supportive, appreciate the fact that you're working together. But I think there's just real fundamental questions about the business plan that we need to really understand as we think about signing a 20-year lease or a 30-year lease or a 50-year lease. We want to make sure that the long-term interests of the city are met, which I know you know.
Folks, do any council members have more questions for these people, or because I'd also want to give the folks from Generations, if they're here, an opportunity to be heard. All right, thank you very much.
Mayor, I apologize. I don't know how to raise my hand. Is there an appropriate time to speak?
Do you have a question about this? I'm going to hold off on that for now, Alan. Thank you.
Yes, I did have a question, but I'll hold off.
Okay, and I'll hold off on you too, Steve. Now, is there a representative of Generations here to speak to us? Well, oh, Donna, are you here representing Generations?
No, I had a question. So I'm just in line for questions.
Okay, great, thank you.
I'd like to make a comment, Mayor, if I could.
Well, okay, since I'm not seeing anyone here from Generations, we have their proposal. I'll start to take public comments and questions, and Alan, you've got your hand up first, so go on ahead.
Thank you. Again, I wanted to thank you all again. I just wanted to read this to you because I think it can really help you folks. And I was going to ask you, Mayor and Mike, if you're already part of this. So it says the DHCD staff has been working with Vermont Emergency Management Chief Recovery Office and consultant Guidehouse on gathering information and developing the state's CDBG-DR program to prepare the draft action plan to be submitted to HUD to order to access the funding, and it can be found below. So it sounds like this could be a great program for the CCR and hopefully Sabins as well. I just wanted to make sure that folks are really taking heed of this. So it says public comments are being accepted on the action plan until May 21st, 2025. And it just sounds like a wonderful opportunity. And so I was going to ask, is the city participating in this or trying to get in line for some of these monies to do the CCR?
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Mayor.
Steve.
Steve Whitaker. Yes, the city's participating. There was a big event here in the downstairs room, but the action plan wasn't ready then. So the action plan was sent out today, so I forwarded it to a few of you. But I think fundamentally, if this is the way the city does planning, it's no wonder that developers look elsewhere. I mean, there is an existing use of that building, and it's an essential emergency use that is going to arise again this coming fall. We're going to kick everybody out next week, and then come winter, the state has already kicked people out, and the city is going to say, oops, we made that building unavailable. I mean, I think it's irresponsible to not have a plan for where we're going to put the unhoused people next winter to be entertaining any consideration for this building. I know it's a good building, I know there's competition for it, but the real issue with Country Club Road is our miserably poor planning, because the traffic, we have refused to do a traffic analysis of what that intersection could. We may find we allow a pickleball club and a daycare center up there, and then, oops, that's the capacity. Sorry about the housing, forget it, Montpelier, people who bought it. We can't afford to put any housing up there because the trip generation can't handle it. The intersection can't handle it. There's no guarantee that we're gonna be allowed permission to put another road in, or that we can afford one if it's 10 or $20 million. So this is gonna directly impede the master planning process that we need to do for Country Club, and it may preclude our getting the TIF. If you don't have a spreadsheet that shows the grand list value paying back the taxes of the TIF you borrowed for infrastructure, you don't get the TIF. And if you put, a tennis club and a daycare up there that uses up all the traffic capacity, you're not gonna have any housing. So I'm just saying that this needs to be approached. I mean, there's no harm in granting one-year leases for the Turtle Island emergency. There is harm in putting a 50 or 99-year lease in before we know what the value of that lease is, because we don't know how many customers we're gonna house up there. So I'm pointing out that we cannot afford to put anchors, 50-year, 100-year anchors in there before we've completed the phase 2 design. I don't hear any commitment on the council to even heed the advice we paid top dollar for from White and Burke, which is to begin the phase 2 design. And we're gonna skip over it. We're gonna let one subcommittee that hasn't met yet do the phase 2 design in a week. That's not phase 2 design.
Thank you, Steve. Mark, do you have a response to that?
I just wanted to add something before, kind of.
Very quickly, please.
I want to emphasize that what Turtle Island is asking for is an urgent need. We all know the need for daycare, childcare, early education. We have to relocate. This is our way of keeping a footprint inside the city of Montpelier. That keeps some kids in Montpelier, that keeps jobs in Montpelier, and I think what Phoebe said, I want to emphasize again, this is a launch. We see this as a way to keep ourselves established here, and we want to grow on that. Turtle Island wants to expand. We want to offer more childcare, but we need to reestablish ourselves in physical location to do that. And we are, the long-range plan, it was mentioned that, I think in our proposal was mentioned possibly building a building up there. We would be open to the possibilities and suggestions. And one of the reasons we're here now is because this building is a resource, and it's there. And we can move in right now. We are ready to go. We have the admin staff, who's very experienced. We're an established business. We have a great reputation. We've been here for decades. We have literally a top shelf teaching staff that is committed to this school, very little turnover. We have a very active board of directors who has shown up, all of this group, Phoebe, Jocelyn, me, everybody, has shown up to move this school into position for the future. So we are ready to go. We would be open to other opportunities, but right now we have to reestablish it. We want to keep our school open, and we'd like to keep it open, at least in part, in Montpelier.
Thanks, Mark. Donna Bate. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Or it will be as soon as your camera's on.
Yeah, well, it's a little unstable, so I'm not in person all the time, but thank you very much. And I just have to reiterate that you got to take the steps now where you want to be. The Turtle Island is a very established, very well recognized and needed resource in the community. We had a chance 5, 6 years ago, back probably even 4 years ago, again, had a chance to put an organization into that building that had a future vision that paralleled the cities. And the hub, I think, is there. They keep showing up, trying to offer the city services and resources. And I would just really, really encourage the council to say, yes, we could have been having this relationship started a half a dozen years ago. Instead, we haven't. And so, yes, the homelessness, we definitely need to address that, but that's not the best location because it's not in town. They need to be where they don't need transportation so heavily. So I really support the Turtle Island and the hub combination, and we can get out of anything that we agree to, we can watch the print, but have the staff start negotiating because something should be happening there. The economy shows us it's going to take more time than anticipated, as we've already learned, to ever have significant development there, but the land shouldn't be sitting idle. So please look forward. Say yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Donna. Kelly, do we have any information about the homelessness issue there?
Just that, currently the lease that we have with Fitzmary Haven to run the winter shelter is just a 1 year, ends at the end of May lease. And so certainly we would talk with them a little bit more about that. But, and I'm not sure what is available for public consumption at this time, but there are developments with Fitzmary Haven and working on, maybe having a permanent space within the city. So we are having those conversations.
I'd like to see that. So, Jim.
I got a message from Alan here who says he was cut off and had 2 more comments, and I didn't really hear any 3-minute timer go off, so I think you ought to give him a little chance to finish what he had to say.
Well, that's fine. I thought he was done. Alan, if you could move quickly through your other comments.
Actually, Mayor, you already did give me the chance. That was an older email. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I would just say the last thing.
Thanks, Alan.
I believe there is one more comment, sir. I was told that there's going to be a planning commission special meeting next Monday to talk about the difficulties of being a developer in the community. I just wanted to verify, is that happening and what time, please?
Mike, do you have the answer to that?
It's not a special meeting, it's their regular meeting. It starts at 5:30.
Thanks. So folks, where are we? Does anyone have a motion to make? Ben?
I make a motion that we authorize city staff to enter into negotiations with the hub in Turtle Island.
Second.
Any further discussion? Carrie?
I would love to see Turtle Island there tomorrow. And it's clear to me from the proposal that Turtle Island is ready to go. They have everything that they need to move in, to be successful, and to take advantage of the opportunity to be there for a relatively short period of time as a transition to move on to something that's going to better suit them. Maybe that would be up at the site. I think that would be great, but that's to be determined. The hub feels more insecure to me, and I just have to flag that this phrase, the public-private partnership, has been coming up my entire time on the city council, and every time it comes up, I say, what does that mean? Can someone explain to me what that means? Have not gotten an explanation. Don't know what that means, other than I think what it means is that we give them a really good price on the rent, and they make money off of it. And I think we need much more discussion than that. I would be a lot more comfortable with the hub being there if it were treated much more not as a partnership, but as we're going to make space available to you, a separate organization. You're going to run your business. You're going to do what you want to do. And the city is going to charge a reasonable amount of rent, whatever that is. So those are my qualms. And so I don't think I'm going to vote yes on this because of that. Unless the motion can be very clear that we're not necessarily going to be holding those negotiations to the terms of the proposals that were submitted, because I'm not comfortable with the terms of the proposal.
Well, just to clarify my motion, it's for the city staff to enter into negotiations on 2 separate leases,
Okay.
right, with the best interests of the city in mind.
Okay.
And that's what I understand is to be in my second, that this is just moving them forward. They're going to look at their language, they're going to probably say, we don't like some of the language, and they're going to discuss it with these people. Is that okay? Yeah, see? They're going to discuss it with these people, and we're going to work out what we might want to take out, and they'll be talking prices. This is just to move it forward, but you say you want to move it forward, let's move it forward.
Adrian?
Yeah, I just
I'm
want
sorry,
to
Carrie.
verify that we'll have an opportunity to review the leases, so we can look at all the fine details to ensure at that point, we can make amendments
Yeah, Carrie, I can say that we've heard, over the years, we've heard requests from the hub about how much rent they should pay and all that, but we've never made any promises to them that they're giving about getting a subsidized rate or a reduced rate, and that certainly would be one of the terms that we'd be looking at when this comes back before us. Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that we're giving direction to staff. We're basically telling you, go negotiate something that seems good. But you can't just do that without some guidance from us. And the only guidance that you currently have is what's in these proposals. And it's not a matter of trust. I totally trust the staff to come up with something good, but what I feel like we're doing is sending you off saying, go work out something with Turtle Island and the hub, regardless of what's in these proposals already. And I'm not comfortable with that. So if I'm okay with this moving forward and having conversations and you coming back to us with something, but not what's in this proposal as far as the hub goes. As far as Turtle Island goes, great, I'm all there. But I'm not okay with the direction that the hub was going. So I'm not sure how the council directs staff to negotiate a lease.
Thank you, Carrie. It's really helpful because I mean, one of the things that I was going to ask for is just a bit of clarity around, how and what to bring back. And so getting clarity on there being, 2 leases is really helpful because then I think we can kind of work with both proposals as the basis for that conversation. And so the piece that I'm kind of hanging on a little bit in this motion is in the best interest of the city. And so trying to make sure that, what we're looking to bring back would be in alignment with what is in the visioning plan that we put forward as well. So making sure that, that kind of it comports with the proposal that would come forward. So in terms of working with both entities, we'll do just that. And, I think that's why as staff, we were kind of prioritizing one portion of the proposal, not because we were, trying to put one in front of the other. It's just that one has a really direct need right now. And so we wanted to make sure that we can bring that one forward, and hearing that we've got 2 leases, we can do just that. I think with the hub, we need to work together. I mean, and we started those conversations, we've got to pick them back up. And so what I'm hopeful for is that, what they've put forward at this point is the basis of that conversation, but there will be more to come with that. And so the proposals that we bring back, they may not come back together. They may come back, one and then the other. And we may seek clarity and guidance to make sure that we don't bring something that, is not favorable. And actually, likely we will seek guidance.
Folks, are we ready for a vote? The motion, we have the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm going to vote no.
All right.
I don't know that.
Thanks, Carrie. I always value what you have to say. All right, folks, we're a little past our 8:30 break, so we have a break for 10 minutes. All right, we are back. And the next item up is the discussion of the East State Street reconstruction.
Good evening, I'm Kurt the Director of Public Works. Tonight is Corey Line, our Project Management Director, and Evan Dietrich with BHB, the consultant working with us on the streetscape.
And Kurt, if you could try to keep your voice up, that would be very helpful.
Sure. So tonight what we wanted to talk about was the streetscape on East State Street. So streetscape is essentially sidewalks, bike lanes, roadway, trees, lighting, but really the focus tonight is specifically on the extent of the sidewalk reconstruction as well as the addition of a bike lane. Obviously, we're also doing utility work. East State Street is a full reconstruction, new water pipes, new sewer pipes, storm system. But that's really pretty straightforward for us as staff to design that. What we really need input from staff on is the hardscape, the final surface work. So just where we're at the moment, Currently, contract one, which is the run between Main Street and the Rialto Bridge, that's currently under construction. Obviously, there's quite a bit of activity downtown. It's a very deep excavation. And the purpose of contract one is really to separate the stormwater out of the sewer system. So we're putting a brand new stormwater outfall all the way from the bottom of East State Street out to the bridge. The East State Street was separated. The stormwater was taken out of the sewer system back in the 90s, but there was nowhere to put it when they got to the bottom, so it went back to the sewer system. So this project is finishing out what was started back in the 90s and actually taking it completely out of the sewer and out to the river directly. Also in phase one is a fairly elaborate stormwater treatment system that's required for what's called a redevelopment of East State, which will be the contract two that we're going to talk about more in detail tonight. But a large part of the cost of the work we're doing now is related to stormwater treatment, approximately $1.1 million. So contract two, which is the main focus for tonight, is, like I mentioned, reconstruction of the water system, the wastewater system, the stormwater system, as well as roadway, sidewalks, and bike lane improvements. And this project will extend all the way from Main Street up to College, so the entire length of East State Street. And currently, the status right now is preliminary design. What we're looking for tonight is some input from council so that we can advance to the next step, final design of this project. I'll turn it over to Corey here for these details.
We just wanted to go over some of the characteristics of East State Street so we know, get acclimated and know what we're talking about. The classification is a major collector, that's a state classification. Technically, the definition of a collector is that it empties into and receives traffic from a major arterial. Main Street is a major arterial, so by definition, it is a major collector, but it actually has a lot of local road qualities as well. Local road is where your origins and destinations are. If you look at East State Street, the bottom quarter is surrounded by the downtown district, a lot of access points, access to public parking, downtown parking, businesses, a lot of residential units, multi-unit residential units that go up East State Street. You have the elementary school around the corner and the college campus at the top. So it really serves this dual function. And because it has this dual function, you have all of these uses. Cars, pedestrians, bikes. Even not shown here, it's a public transit street. So it serves the public transit community as well. I think we have a slide on that later with the design. Like you said, just to get acclimated, downtown district at the bottom, elementary school around the corner, College of Fine Arts campus. I know there's a lot of changes going on with that to the north. And so we wanted to put this in here to remind everyone about Act 34, the Complete Streets Act. So I want to be careful how we describe it. Basically what it is it assures that all users are being considered for a project like this. The process we've gone through, tonight's conversation, consideration of all users, compliance with this law. It does not require any, you have to build X, Y, and Z. If when it comes to implementing this, whatever considerations are made, there are exemptions. Unpaved road doesn't apply. Pedestrians and bicyclists are prohibited, doesn't apply. We are reconstructing the street from the bottom up, so it's difficult to imagine something is outside of the scope. Really, the applicable one for this project, possibly, is that the investment is disproportionate to the potential use. And so we have some transportation plans. And so the top one, Montpelier motion, what that does, it sets a goal for the community to become more walkable, more bikeable, more accessible. And what it says is, if you're gonna consider all uses and you want to be more walkable, bikeable, accessible, here's some things you should dig deeper into. So that's what we were tasked with. by the council, and we teamed with VHB to do, is to investigate what would it take to put sidewalks on both sides for the entire length and accommodate cyclists with an uphill bike lane. So I think Evan's going to take us through.
Okay, you're looking at the conceptual plans that VHB came up with for this project, following along the direction that the city has given us to meet the planning studies that we've done before and the city's optimum build-out of East State Street. So this, of course, is the downtown section, and today there is parking on the north side of the street. So north is up here in this sketch. There is parking on the north side of the street, and there is a bus stop currently on the north side of the street as well. On the south side of the street, there is no bike lane or parking presently, and there's a bus stop sign right here near the crosswalk, but there's no bus stop today. The sidewalks are fairly wide, about 10 feet wide, and they go to the faces of the building. So what we wanted to accomplish with this project is to replace the 2 lanes of travel and the parking on the north side, but then add the uphill bike lane for eastbound travelers, so that we have a dedicated bike lane that would get the bikes out of the uphill traffic. So it's a fairly steep street, right? Downhill, bicyclists can ride with traffic pretty safely, pretty easily. Going up the hill, it's a little bit different story. So we would like to get an uphill bike lane that's separated to get the bicyclists out of the way of the motor vehicles. So this is the first block here. We think that there's probably an opportunity to add something more of a bus stop on the south side as well, which we would look at more in final design, but we hope to get, today the buses just stop right in the travel lane. We would hope to get them at least partially out of the travel lane with this future plan, so that you have a dedicated bus stop on both sides as you go up the hill. So this typical section would continue basically all the way up to College Street, all the way along. So the next block, the downtown parking does continue. So this is the metered parking here. The uphill bike lane continues, and we have the 2 travel lanes. So it's fairly narrow for the travel lanes, 9.5-foot travel lanes in both directions, an 8-foot parking lane, and a 5-foot bike lane, which are more or less the minimums that we can go with for this type of road and for these types of lanes. We do replace the sidewalks on both sides, in addition to adding the bike lane. And of course, we're going to rebuild the pavement, restripe the road. That's all part of the utility project that's already going to be going on. So this typical does continue up the hill. And a lot of you may know that in this area here, there is that large block granite retaining wall. It's about 10 feet tall on the south side of the roadway. So we don't affect that. In fact, there's that kind of undeveloped grass strip between the sidewalk today and that wall. It kind of grows up a lot in the summer. We would try to get rid of that and bring the sidewalk right to the face of the wall, so it would be a much cleaner look, but we wouldn't affect the wall at all. So that wall would stay, and we'd go right by it with our sidewalk and our bike lane. In this area, the utility poles also they're kind of in the curb or in the street or a little bit in the sidewalk. We have initial conversations with GMP, and we believe we will be able to relocate those poles slightly so that they all fall just behind the curb line. And we would have a sidewalk that's wide enough to have the sidewalk plows go by, but then still not really cause this great disruption to the utility poles by moving them, say, to the other side of the street. We think we can keep them probably more or less where they are today. But we would rebuild the sidewalks and add the bike lane and continue, in this case, the unmetered parking as it is today, up past Hubbard Street. And that would continue on. When we get to Hubbard, of course, there's a very steep bank that drops off to the south to the backyards of these homes on the lower street down here. So as we widen the street with the bike lane, and this is where we begin no sidewalk today on the south side. So in this typical section, we add the bike lane and we add the sidewalk. And that means that we somehow have to retain that slope because we push that out farther to the south and then it just drops off right to those backyards. So today, there is been retaining walls down here kind of in the woods behind the houses that do retain some of the slope. We wouldn't touch those, but up at the top of the hill, right off the sidewalk, we would put in another retaining wall, and that could be like a ready rock wall perhaps, or driving in piles to keep that a more slender section. And we'd have to look at that in final design, what we want to do there. But for some portion of this, in this case about 320 feet long, all along this block here, we would put in this wall to support the sidewalk and the bike lane. And of course, at the back of the sidewalk, there would be a fence because there would be a wall that would drop down to the lower elevations behind it. So then continuing on, the retaining wall does continue up a ways, and then we get into where the properties are pretty close to the street. Same on the other side, but still we can fit all of that in the space that we have. You can see these lines here are the right-of-way lines. So it's pretty generous on the north side, not quite so generous on the south side, but basically the improvements would be occurring within the right-of-way for the most part, if not entirely. And again, we would look at that more closely in final design. But that typical section does continue up, and under this scenario where we have the full build-out on both sides, we would likely have to add a retaining wall now on the high side. So this is the kind of brick mansion property up here that sits up above the road, and there's a fairly steep bank that goes up to that building. So as we widen out the street a bit, rather than cutting back this slope and really laying that back to a large extent, we think it would likely be more efficient to put in a retaining wall similar to the style on the other side, but in this case, we're retaining a slope that goes up rather than a slope that goes down. And that would continue up to the driveway that goes up to that building. So this would get, of course, it wouldn't be as tall at this end. It's quite a bit taller at the west end, rather. And this typical section continues along. We likely would have another retaining wall just next to Bingham Street, just so we're not spilling out. This property is down, instead of being up on a hill, this property is now down lower again. So we could end up with another small retaining wall through here to retain the sidewalk between Bingham and West Street. And then we would continue up to College Street with the same typical section the whole way. So this is the full build out as envisioned under the master planning studies that Corey mentioned. Yes, sir.
Can you back that off one second? Where the houses were? Yeah, right there.
Yep.
So our right-of-way goes into the houses?
Well, you never know with the aerial imagery exactly where things are because it can be a little distorted, but this shows that the right-of-way does come at least right to the front of the building. I don't know that it would necessarily go through the building, but that's what the aerial would show. Yeah, it's quite close to those buildings.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, there is wider right-of-way on the north side all through this section, and that's been researched by the city. All right, and then that's the same all the way up to College. So then alternatively, downtown, just as we get out of the downtown business district and we get into these multi-unit houses in here that Corey mentioned, it's pretty tight between one side and the other, right? There isn't a whole lot of room to work there. So with the full build out that I was talking about, we do go right through people's steps and close to the porches. So we would really have to dig into the details during final design to determine whether or not we could carry the bike lane all the way through here, or if it would really be necessary to not include the bike lane for this first section, which seems to be okay because it's not nearly as steep as the rest of the road, right? It's a flatter section, so bikes could potentially ride with traffic. It wouldn't be the worst thing to happen. But we would take a closer look at that in final design. But once we got by, is it Cedar Street here? Once we get by Cedar Street, then we would reintroduce this bike lane, and then that would continue just like the first set of plans that I showed you, where we would have the uphill bike lane going all the way up to the college. So this is an option here that we would look at more closely. We would hope to get the bike lane all the way through, but it may not just be possible in this downtown section. And we did a couple renderings here, what this might look like. This is the big State of Vermont building here. You kind of see it fitting into the character of the neighborhood, and then we have a street view as well. So that's what it looks like going up the hill. So you got the bike lane going uphill. Downhill, you got parking lane, bikes riding with traffic, sidewalks on both sides, utility poles relocated slightly to be just behind the curb line, as I described.
And are you, keep going, okay.
Oh, we got more.
Good, I thought so.
Just a quick mention of another component of this project. There will be new trees installed, particularly now down by the downtown portion. And one of the unique things we're trying to accomplish, we're working with the Parks Department and the state of Vermont and UVM to develop a pilot system to get tree pits essentially approved as a stormwater treatment practice. I mentioned in contract one, we're spending well over $1 million for stormwater treatment on this because, well, in part because trees are not currently an approved method. So what we're going to try to do is develop sample ports upstream and downstream of the tree pit, see how much phosphorus is removed as part of the project. So, and hopefully this will become something that we can use on future projects as well. So now the money. As Corey mentioned, we were tasked to go, it's been quite a while since we've been to council, had a couple of floods and things that got us sidetracked away from this project, but we're back now. When we last came to council, when we discussed the full build out option, and what we were directed to do is to explore that fully and see what it would cost, and then come back to council with a recommendation. So that is option one, is the full build with the bike lane, with sidewalks on both sides of the road, just like our plans, our master plans sort of recommend. That total project cost is $9 million, so $2 million of that is attributed to the addition of bike lane and the new sidewalks. So that, I want to back up for 1 second. So this project has a bond of $7.2 million, but we also have a loan from USDA, and that loan is combined for both the wastewater plant project and East State Street, with a $3.5 million grant that the city can use for either East State or the wastewater plant or some combination. So we have flexibility in how the grant funds are used. We also have a $1.2 million ARPA grant that is being applied solely to contract one. That is specific to the CSO separation. So if you look at our total available funding, we have $8.7 million if we were to take all of the $3.5 million USDA grant, as well as the $1.2 million and our $7.2 million bond. What we have after you take out contract one is $8.7 million available funding. Option one, what we just described, is $9 million. So if council wanted to move forward with that option, we would have to go back to bond, because we don't have enough money to do that without additional bond approval. So then we looked at, we don't really want to go back to bond as staff, as a recommendation, for a couple of reasons. Costs are escalating. We want to advance this project to ensure that the funding through USDA does not get jeopardized. Sort of the faster we advance this work, the better, the more solid ground we are for maintaining our USDA funding. But if council wanted to do that, that's certainly something we could do. It would just delay the final design process, because we want to wait until we got that bond approval. So then option two is the scaled back version. So basically it would be, we would still retain the bike lane for the entire length of the project. And we would put back the existing sidewalks that are there, and we would add one section of sidewalk basically from Hubbard Street up to that crosswalk that we showed you earlier. And that's kind of one of the main gaps. So then we could essentially eliminate a mid-block crosswalk, which tend to be less safe. It's ideal to have crosswalks sort of at intersections or stop control locations. So option two, just to summarize, full bike lane and then one sidewalk gap addition, as well as putting back the sidewalks that are there currently. That price is $8.2 million. So that'll give us a $500,000 contingency on the project. And option three is basically just put back what's there. No bike lane, no new sidewalks, just exactly as is. And that price is $7 million.
So, Kurt, if we could maybe look back at the view of the street under option two, would there still be some gap on the sidewalk where someone walking all the way up or down would have to cross from the north side, south side to the north side, or vice versa to do the whole trip?
Yeah, so this is kind of the summary slide of option 2, and the dark gray hatching there is the new sidewalk. Or the tan colors are existing sidewalks. So we'd be closing in, that gap basically from that. Reference the mid-block crosswalk there.
But there's still,
Yep,
but that's still the gap.
that's the gap that we'd be proposing to fill under option 2.
Okay,
The only new sidewalk added. So you'd still have a space, up from College Street to that point with no
So it would be on
sidewalk.
the south side? You're talking, the gap?
the gap is being
We would be
filled
filling the
in.
gap on the south side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
This would take away all the money for your wastewater?
We would be utilizing the USDA grant money fully for East State Street.
And what is the need of, is there a need at the wastewater?
So for the wastewater plant project, it was before, I think you joined the council, but we reduced the scope of that project because we had originally planned to do what's called a biosolids dryer. The estimate from that, for that equipment went from 16 million to 32, so it was way outside our available budget. So we actually have, we're estimating now around 10.5 million for that project, and we have a $16 million available bond authorization. So there's a lot of room financially on that project for as far as bond approval.
And I'm curious where on the project the street's going to be widened and what the effect is. Is it being widened the whole length or not?
Yeah, the existing street kind of varies in the width, and then this provides consistent width. So there is some widening on one side or both sides. I don't think any place where there's no widening. So it's a mix of some widening on one side or some widening on both sides. And that, when I say some widening, that is around 4 feet or 5 feet. In a section like we're looking at here between Hubbard and the crosswalk, that would be more. We would have the bike lane and the sidewalk. That's very narrow through there today, right? So that's more like 10 feet.
Through what section?
Through the section we just talked about for option 2.
Where the gap in the sidewalk is?
Yeah, where the gap in the sidewalk is, right.
And you would split that on either side, or you would, earlier you were talked about a retaining wall to accommodate both the sidewalk and the bike lane on the south side. But that would be, what, 10 feet?
Yeah.
Oh, and that would be the plan, is to do it all there on the south side and not move the sidewalk on the north side?
I would have to review the plans. I don't know that we pushed the sidewalk on the north side out much. I think we accounted for most of the widening on the south side here. And again, these are conceptual plans, so it is subject to change, but we would have to look more closely at that and see what the best fit is and what the impacts are. When we were first laying this out, we weren't really quite sure about the right-of-way, and then we did find out that the right-of-way on the north side is quite a bit wider. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that we have carte blanche to just widen on the north side because we have more right-of-way. We have to be sensitive to the property impacts no matter which side we go to. So we would work with DPW when we got into final design to really come into the fine details of the widening.
But north of that crosswalk above 79, number 79 there, yeah, north of that, or east of that on the north side,
yeah,
you're locked in on the south pretty much, aren't you? Because the stoops and stairs of those houses are within a few feet of this.
It's quite tight, yeah.
Yeah, so most of the 10 feet, and it looks like you need about at least 10 feet up there. It's about 27 feet wide, curb to curb, I think. And you need something like 37, right?
No, the tightest spot is between Hubbard and the houses and the crosswalk. Basically, Once you get to the crosswalk, which it does exist today, then there is sidewalk on this side already, right? So you don't have to add that one. You're adding a bike lane.
Bike lane and a sidewalk on the other side.
The sidewalk on the other side. If you were to add that like an alternative one, then that does get added to the north side. So you have widening then on both sides. The 10 feet is split between the two sides.
We're talking about option 2.
But in option
Option
two,
2 doesn't get a sidewalk on the north side.
and so that saves us the retaining wall on the north side also.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, actually, I mean, what I'm saying is that it's the sidewalk is there on the south side.
Right.
Above the crosswalk.
Yep.
But if you're adding a 5-foot bike lane, then you're pushing the travel lane. What I'm saying is from the curb of the sidewalk now to the curb on the other side is 27 feet or 28. I stepped it off toe to heel. So I'm not exact. And you need something like 37. To fit in everything, bike lane, 2 9.5-foot travel lanes and an 8-foot parking lane. And a sidewalk. On the north.
So curb to curb, the section you're talking about would be 32. Right.
Oh,
9.5,
so my feet are smaller than I think they are. Okay. All I'm
So
saying
you're
is,
expanding from 27 or 28 to 32. Curb to curb.
you're adding, well, you're adding 10 feet, right? You're adding a 5-foot sidewalk on one side and a 5-foot
There's no
bike
sidewalk on the section you're talking about.
on the south side. There's nothing on the north side. No, on the north of this.
Right,
Uphill
yes,
of that?
there's right. The option 2 only recommends the existing sidewalk that's there and no additional sidewalk on that north side, like we're looking at.
Right, okay, yeah, option 2, sure.
Right.
Yeah, the full build would.
Right, okay, I'm sorry, you were talking about the,
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah. Is there any opportunity for utilities to be buried? Does that make sense? Or nobody wants to do that anymore, or what? Is that more expensive?
Those numbers approach a lot higher, those financial numbers. Evan probably hasn't been.
With buried lines, it's done in some cases, but it's very prohibitively expensive to do that. So how it works is that GMP will relocate these poles, if we ask them to, for overhead lines at their own cost. But if you want to put things underground, then you have to pay the difference between what that costs to put everything underground and what it would have cost them to move things aerially. And it's very expensive to do that.
I had a feeling. It would be.
Millions of dollars, even on this half-mile stretch it would be.
Really?
Yeah, it's millions of dollars. And we did talk to GMP about that potential here too. And they said that is not something they would want to do at this location because of the nature of the infrastructure that they have here. It would not be something they would like to do.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not that type of line. They are trying to do that in other parts of the state where, so you don't have the storm damages, and they are trying to do that. But in this case, it's not an area they would want to do that because of the different connections that they have. Yeah.
Council members, any other questions? Well, another question that just occurs to me, if looking at option 2, I think it's very Important to have as much sidewalk as possible. Having people have to cross a couple of times is not good. Well, okay.
Option 2 does get you the sidewalk on the south side.
Yep.
From Maine to College, the whole way.
So on option 2, there is a sidewalk from the intersection at the bottom of the hill all the way up to the top.
That's right.
Is there an option 2A without the bike lane? In other words, do we know what the cost is to remove the bike lane, restore everything, and add a continuous sidewalk on the south side. I didn't see a cost for that, but I might have missed it.
If you look at option 2 in the 1.2 million, I think we figured it out to be about half of that. So that the sidewalk and the bike lane kind of split that for the most part. It's not drastically one way or the other. It's pretty close. So that 1.2 would be option. So what you're talking about, that 1.2 would be split in half, and it'd be 600,000 something like that.
Adrian.
We just got a whole bunch of emails today, so I just want to make sure to ask some of those questions. So just make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So as you approach college, those houses are right on that sidewalk already. So we're just replacing that sidewalk. We're not moving you closer into the people's houses.
Not true.
Okay.
When we add the bike lane, the sidewalk does get a bit closer. It's in the neighborhood of 4 or 5 feet. So we would have to work with the property owners to reconfigure the steps and things like that. Yep, they are
Very
close.
yeah.
Yeah, they are close.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions from council right now, or there could very well be questions. I do see hands raised online and also in the room. So we'll start with Andy Boughton online.
Yes, hello, thanks. I'm a resident up at 104 East State Street. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, just fine.
Okay. My question is regarding parking along East State Street. I think it's about from 77 on the west side all the way up to College, but for sure from West Street to College Street. Does the incorporation of the bike lane do away with all of the street side parking on the west side of the street that's currently there?
So no, it doesn't. The options, both options retain parking throughout the entire length of the street. What it does is shifts it to the north side from the crosswalk up to College Street. So right now from the crosswalk to College Street, it's on the south side. It would shift it to the north side. But all options, the full build, it retains parking throughout the entire length of the street.
Andy, is that it for your question?
Yeah, I guess I don't see that parking in these plans as I saw it laid out in the downtown section. And I just question the width and the, you know, the width of the build up here with the bike lanes and the sidewalks and again, I mean, no opposition whatsoever. This is just point of clarity from my perspective, and that's all.
Thanks. Jocelyn.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jocelyn Wilczek. I live on Sabin Street. I've walked up and down this road since 2005. We absolutely need a sidewalk where there's none today. Looking at this slide where it goes on the old Primer property where I used to work. I'm an attorney. It's 100 East State Street. And the reason why is, and I have a recommendation, the existing sidewalk that we're looking at now today that's tightly in front of all those homes between this crosswalk you see on the slide towards College Street is unusable in the winter, especially with freeze-thaw conditions. Because even though it's on the south side, it's facing north. And what happens is you get a warm day, and then with the shade from the houses and it facing north, it ices up. I'm probably walking in the middle of the road most of the time on a winter day. What I would it's completely unsafe. And my neighbors are also doing the same thing. What I would recommend, I would like to see sidewalks on both sides, but I also understand not wanting to go out for a bond. I would eliminate the sidewalk that's there today that's tightly against those homes. Those people aren't going to be happy. And it's also not a safe sidewalk. You have people in and out of those driveways. Sightline distances can be difficult if there's like a big SUV in the car. So I would eliminate that sidewalk that's there today. It's also difficult to navigate, and I think it will be with the new sidewalk because you need angles built because of the driveways. And when it gets icy, there's a slant and you're like sliding down. So I would eliminate that sidewalk and I would put the new sidewalk on the 100 East State Street property where you have no driveway, so you don't have those traffic issues. You're not going to be dealing with 5 or 6 landowners taking up their property. I know in a perfect world, we would have sidewalks on both sides, but I would also eliminate, to save money, that new sidewalk on the south side from Hubbard Street. So you'd basically be walking down East State Street on the north sidewalk, which faces south, so it's going to get more light, and you have less driveways and less homes to deal with, and then go to your double sidewalk when you get closer to town past Hubbard Street. So I haven't been hit by a car yet. I don't want to be, but it's super sketchy in the winter. So thank you for all your work. And so that's what I suggest, basically flipping the sidewalks up top and saving money, not going all the way down both sides. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thanks, Jocelyn. John Anderson.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I'm old, and I assume you can't see me. I haven't been able to figure out how to make it so you can see me. But I do have some comments. Betsy and I bought property in this neighborhood maybe 40 years ago. We have lovingly restored about 5 buildings on East State Street. We still own 3 of them, and 2 of them, and they're an important part of our retirement. The comments, I think, I would like to begin by talking about the survey issue and the right-of-way issue. The right-of-way, I have mowed lawns in that neighborhood for more than 40 years. I know where the survey pins are, and they are not through the cellar of the buildings that I own. They're not in the cellar of the buildings that I own. I've looked at some of the survey information, and I have done survey litigation, and what I see of that survey would not pass muster. I wouldn't support it, and I wouldn't offer it in a court. I can show you, I've offered 3 years ago to show the city where the survey pins are, and for some reason that my offer has been ignored, and you have a survey that's defective. The actual line of for the boundary is just a little bit, I guess it's north of the sidewalk, enough space to allow snow to be plowed. But if you go any wider on the north side, you will be encroaching into lands that the property owners own on the north side. Now, I'm surprised that the consultant doesn't have a ready answer as to the amount of land that would be the encroachment that would be made into the properties on the north side. Because I went over that with Corey, and it is 4 feet closer to the buildings than they are now. If you take out 4 feet of, if you put under macadam or concrete 4 feet of sidewalk, or 4 feet closer to those buildings, you have essentially destroyed all of the green space in front of those buildings. And frankly, I don't know, there's at least one of my accesses that I don't know how you reslope it to make it continue to function. There are
John, that was just your 3-minute beeper. I don't know if you heard that, but
yeah, well, look, you know, there's so much here that needs to be discussed.
yeah, I'm
But
not cutting, John, I'm not cutting you off. I'm just reminding you that it would be good to approach a close.
yeah, okay. And I guess I'll do that, but I'll do that. I would know a couple of other things though. The number of bicycles that are shown that the city says go up and down here are 2 bicycles up and 2 bicycles down every hour. I'm not sure why you would take the front lawns and destroy the green space of at least the properties that in this area for that level of bicycle traffic. I will also say that we own land in front of 77. Or we own the land at 77. That land is about 10 feet wider than any, it extends about 10 feet farther out into the street than any other property. I acquired that in order to make some changes to that building or to that property. And I just don't see how how you can do the plan that you want to do without taking my land on that side of the street and destroying the green space. So I'll stop there.
Thanks, John. Now we have people in the room. Eve, why don't you come on up?
Hi, I'm Eve Jacobs Carnahan, and I live on Sabin Street for many, many, many years. I walked down the hill every day to work downtown, and I also I continue to do that for other reasons to go downtown. And then I was also on the pedestrian committee, so which like 10 years ago. So we've been talking about the need to improve walking access on East State Street for a really long time. And one of the issues, the same issue that Jocelyn Wilczek brought up, is that the section when you're coming downhill from West Street to the crosswalk, it is unusable. Just like Jocelyn, I always would walk in the street in the winter because it is treacherously icy. And I am very sensitive to the concern about the costs of putting in all of these things. I wish we could do all of it. If you have to compromise, I would suggest that you prioritize creating a sidewalk and safety instead of the bike lanes, even though I also bike up that hill. And the other thing is I would prioritize which sidewalks. So to be more specific, so looking at the recommendation here, that top section is shown there. Option 2 would have you put sidewalk on the south side from Hubbard Street to the crosswalk. I don't think that's necessary because right now it's plenty safe to walk on the north side there. And most people really do know in advance to be walking on that side of the street to walk up there. And so they don't have to cross over to the north side till they get to that crosswalk. But what I would say is from that crosswalk up to West Street is the part that's super, super icy. So that is the sidewalk I would add. I would forget about adding the one that option 2 would put in. And I would also point out that if you're moving, because because the sidewalk on the north side there, on the south side is unusable in the winter, so you'd be adding one in the part that makes it usable. And so then that's safer. And the other thing is, if you're going to put the parking all moved to that side where 100 East State Street is, and there's no sidewalk there, how are those people going to get out of their cars safely? So I think that's a contradiction that isn't really being addressed. So you'd have the added benefit of putting the sidewalk on the side where the cars are so that people can get out. And just as a general sort of bigger principle thing about why we should care about pedestrians is because if we know we have all these parking problems downtown. Like, there are days in the winter where I will drive downtown because I don't want to walk on the sidewalk. But if I had a clear sidewalk, I would walk. And that's probably true of a lot of other people. And then the only other thing, because I hear the timer went off, is that to mention again that it's not just adults walking to work. There's a whole slew of neighborhood kids that walk to Union Elementary School or walk to the high school and have to go down there. And so you're asking them also to walk on the super icy sidewalk. So I think there's a way to solve that problem within the budget.
Thanks, Eve. Chris?
I can attest, Ms. Carnahan is a frequent pedestrian on East State Street because I work on my 68. My name is Chris Owen, a 40-year property owner at 68 East State Street at the corner of East State, beautiful Victorian 4-unit apartment building. And it's a lot of pedestrian traffic, a lot of school kids. We certainly appreciate the city's investment in the infrastructure, the CSO and the water lines, and we support that entirely. I've got great reservations about the option number 2, the expense of it, the disruption it's going to cause in the historic cityscape in that beautiful neighborhood, and just it's an avoidable expense. I think we can keep good pedestrian safety, bicycle safety up and down the hill without filling the gap between Hubbard and 77. The retaining walls there would probably be a civil engineer's nightmare in the clay soils, the slippery soils that are prone to failure, as Tim Meany had pointed out in previous council meetings when he lived at 100 East State. The whole project with the complete streets version of it is just rife with problems. And so I think it's a good opportunity for this newly minted city council to exhibit some fiscal constraint and say that we do not need this gold-plated option. Let's just stick to the fundamentals and fix the water, fix the CSO, and keep the neighborhood intact. Thank you.
So your recommendation is to do nothing but fix and replace what's already there?
Yes, although I'm being persuaded by the notion of a complete sidewalk from College Street on the north side of the street. I think moving the parking over to that side of the street would be a real pedestrian hazard for people exiting their cars and getting to their homes on the south side of the street. That may have value to do the sidewalk College to Main Street on the north side of the street.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I'm not seeing any other hands raised online, but this would be a time, and oh, Donna.
May I make one more comment? And
Well,
that is,
John, I'd like you to hold off, recognizing Donna Bate.
okay, thanks.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I missed the roundabout before. I was actually on the committee, the Montpelier Infrastructure Committee at the time when it was a very robust committee of 8-10 members active who worked on this plan with Corey and Kurt and others. And we really felt it was very, very important to align ourselves in this street opportunity of improvement with complete streets. And it means more bicycle safe space, more pedestrian safe space. So I understand that it's too expensive to do the north upper side, but I do feel like the first thing would be to keep the bike lane. The second thing to keep would be the south side extension between Hubbard Park and up to the crosswalk, that side of the sidewalk. Retaining walls expensive, so I understand we can't do the north side. It's just so important to have more resources for biking in order to have bikers do it. And likewise for pedestrians. And maybe we have to be more conscientious on getting more sand on those sidewalks. Maybe we can have a neighborhood effort to help supplement the city. But it's really important to take this opportunity to put in a place that slows traffic down, that makes it safer for everyone. We narrow the space, we share the space, more space for bicycles and safer for pedestrians. So I really support this recommendation option 2. Thank you.
Thanks, Donna. John?
So you asked for people's recommendations, and I think Ms. Wozak made a very good recommendation, and that is, why not just move all the sidewalk to the I guess it's the north side of the street, and that would you wouldn't have to have people cross anymore. And the caveat that I would make is that please don't move the sidewalk closer to our buildings. But if I think you're only building one sidewalk on one side, you don't need to do that. So I'll stop there.
Thanks, John.
Question?
Yeah, Ben.
Is that accurate? That if we built the sidewalk continuously on the north side, that we wouldn't have to widen the road as much? Or that would, if we eliminated the bike path portion of it? I guess I'm just trying to think, like, how could you continue that without, what's the minimum amount you could widen the road and have a continuous sidewalk? I guess without the bike lane.
The widening of the road is associated with the bike lane, not the sidewalks. So no bike lane, no widening of the road.
So what about the retaining wall at the north side above the crosswalk? You wouldn't need much in that case, because you would eliminate the sidewalk on the south side and move the road over and put the sidewalk on the north side.
There could be some potentially shifting there, yeah. I
But
see
without the major cut into that hillside. And maybe the power poles wouldn't have to move? Or?
Well, that's not a big deal for us.
No, but I'm just wondering.
Wait, before we get back to council, Steve Whittaker had his hand up, and I wanted to recognize him.
Yeah, I'm going to be brief. A couple things. You heard, Steve Whittaker again, you heard about relocating poles to the inside line of the curb. I'd ask you to look at the lamppost next to the Unitarian Church and look at the pole up on Court Street that's got the consolidated fiber splice box in it. That pole is right up against the sidewalk. Sidewalk has shifted out into Court, has shifted all the granite curves as well. And then at Unitarian, in order to drive around that obstacle, which is at the curb, they ruin the Unitarian church lawn. Every year, Unitarian has to go and replace their lawn and their seed and their soil. So putting any poles other than off the sidewalk is problematic. So I'm not encouraging you to do that by design. And as far as the condition of the maintenance, poor maintenance practices should not be defining our engineering for a new street that we're spending millions of dollars on. That's a different problem that needs addressed in a different way.
Thanks, Steve. Adrian?
Yeah, so thank you for this presentation. My background, I've worked in Safe Routes to Schools for many years in Georgia at the Department of Transportation and was part of CDC's, I forgot what they called it, but Complete Streets at the federal government, really trying to design neighborhoods so that my focus was so that kids can walk and bike to school safely. So this is very near and dear to my heart in terms of this design. And so when I look at this and I think of our community and our little kids walking to school, I really hate that they have to cross that sidewalk right in the middle, and I watch it all the time. And hearing from our community members and emails today about that south side part of the sidewalk on the upper part of the hill, and have it being icy, that's a bummer. Like, we really want to encourage our community members to walk. I mean, that is really, really important. And so looking at these designs, I know you did not propose a fourth option, but I would like to really think about having one sidewalk. I don't know if we need two on each side of the street. And then, on the south side, when you have those utility poles, I would drive around Georgia, take pictures of utility poles in the middle of sidewalks. It's a very bad design, especially when you have wheelchairs and people with disabilities. It's something that we've tried very, very hard to avoid, that design with the sidewalk. And so if you did not have a sidewalk on that south side, you would have your utility poles not in the middle of the sidewalk. And so is there an option of having the sidewalk on the north side continuous the whole way with a retaining wall by the Primer Piper property? I don't know what else it's called. I mean, I just would love for the kids to be able to walk down a sidewalk without ice, without falling, without, any safety concerns, without having to cross in the middle of a very busy street, and, not having that sidewalk in front of people's houses, I think might open up some space for the future design consideration. And so I don't know if that was ever talked about, but I think just based on the feedback today and just the knowledge that I have of that area with all the school-age children and learning about the icy conditions on that part of the sidewalk and it being so close to those folks' homes, and just the design of having those utility poles in the middle of the sidewalk, I'm not super psyched about because.
So Adrian, to clarify, are you suggesting that we should essentially eliminate the existing sidewalks that are on the south side of the street?
I would like to consider that. I would like to consider the elimination of the sidewalk on the south side, have the bike lane, and you have a full sidewalk from Main Street to College, continuous, and it's safe. The kids don't have to cross back and forth. We know that it's in the sunny side so that the snow will melt in the winter and, it'll be better utilized because people won't be afraid of falling. It doesn't cross as many driveways. We don't impact as many homes. I feel like there's just like a whole checklist of things that, like, in my mind, I'm checking off like, yeah, this works, this works, this works, rather than impeding upon people's homes on the south side as you go up the hill. I mean, it's already on people's doorsteps. And if there wasn't even a sidewalk there, it just might make life a little easier for everybody.
Got it. I understand what you're saying. They're not here to talk about it, but I suspect that the people who own houses there that now have a sidewalk in front of their house would consider it a real downgrade to lose the sidewalk. But Jim?
I was going to say, yeah, we would probably have to have another meeting like this so we would allow them to have a chance to speak, for sure. I want to kind of ask Kurt, what is the issue on that south side that it can't be done, properly? Tough question, I know, but.
Well, I suspect that that it does get shaded, like some of the folks said, and salt has a certain temperature threshold at which it activates.
Yeah.
So if it's in the shade and it's not getting sun and it's too cold, the salt doesn't work.
So I guess I'd have a question on how does Northfield Street work, which is in a pit, and on the south side there is no sun in that pit. There's a section on Northfield Street. If you drive, a car drives up and at you, you have nowhere to go. They're gonna pin you against the stone wall that's higher. You know where I mean, I'm sure, right at the corner. And I'm kind of thinking big picture here. We have so many hills that have this same problem, where it ices up. We walk on the road in the National Life because I have a corner home and it comes around. Two sides of mine are sidewalk. It's a right angle. He does the best he can, but he can't really plow that all that good. Nobody walks on that sidewalk when it's icy. They're all out in the road, and we have the National Life traffic going by. And we have a lot of these areas in the city that has this problem. This is Vermont. It ices, if one hill ices up, it ices up on every hill. I don't know why people think that, it only ices up on one or two. And we have a lot of neighborhoods that don't even have sidewalks. And I'm gonna talk about like Freedom Drive, where they zip around that circle there. And I mean, this is, there's a lot of problems in this city with this. I'm just trying to point out, we could put a lot of money into everything to fix this up, and a lot of areas are iced. And I can tell you a sidewalk up our way you can't even walk on because it's all humped up, and for a 7-year-old to try to walk on it, you're afraid of falling, it's cracking your head on the thing. So just want to try to look big picture that this is one small little section of town that has problems. We got lots of problems. I drive all around, we got lots of problems.
Well, sure, but the difference is this is a spot where we're doing a major
I know, I
investment to
understand
reconstruct the whole road, so that's why we're talking about it now.
I understand that.
Folks, any other thoughts? This proposal we have from the city is to approve option 2. Does anyone have any other thoughts? We've been going at it for a little over an hour. Adrian?
I would like to consider an option 4 and then bring back the community. I would like to hear from the community. This impacts their property, it impacts, I just would like to hear a little bit more public input from this project today. I know this has been in the works for a really long time, but we're at final design. We're trying to approve a final design. I just want to make sure we get it right. Or conceptual design into a final preliminary design, right? Isn't that what we're doing?
This is essentially the preliminary design, and so the next step will be final once the streetscape's selected.
And is that a feasible suggestion?
We can, I guess, as staff would like just some clarity of, are we proposing bringing back a different option then? If council wants to continue the sidewalk on the north side and eliminate the south side sidewalk from Hubbard to College, I think that's something we can do if that's the preferred alternative from council. I recognize that the folks that have sidewalk there now probably would like a chance to speak about it, so that's partially why we didn't propose that. So yeah, we can proceed however the council would like, but I just want to make sure that when we come back, that we provide what the council's looking for.
Didn't you want the whole sidewalk all the way down to Main Street, Doc?
So I was thinking about another design of, and I think we have to talk about, I would love to hear from the homeowners. Do they want the sidewalk eliminated from their house on the south side, right? So if there was one sidewalk, like, do we need a sidewalk on both sides? One that we know is expensive, right? So now we know the cost, we know the design, and so I think we need to make decisions based on the information received today. And so is there an option to have a sidewalk from Main Street up to College continuous on the north side? So as, a third grader coming down from, College Street, they're just walking down that sidewalk and they're making it right onto Hubbard Street. They're not having to cross, they're not having to zigzag down East State Street. It's just one continuous sidewalk all the way to downtown. And it's on the north side, the sun hits it, not any issues with icing or whatever, but they will have a big impact on the south side homes by not having a sidewalk in front of their house. There would be a bike lane and probably like a buffer lane, right? So whatever that would look like, but the sidewalk would be gone because it wouldn't be on both sides.
I was confused though. Are you talking about getting rid of the sidewalk from Hubbard down to town?
No, it would be, the sidewalk would be the whole side of the road.
No, I mean on the south side.
Yeah.
Talking about getting rid of that sidewalk too. So no sidewalk anywhere on the south side. I'm just trying to get clear what you're saying.
I mean, I think that south side sidewalk with utility poles in the middle of the sidewalk.
Okay.
is a-
Yeah, that's all, yeah, you gave me my answer. Thank you.
Councilman Sal.
Well, I think if we're gonna explore that, we ought to do it with and without the bike lane. Because the bike lane is the widening factor, and if we don't know what that number is, and it's probably close to what we've talked about, but if we have that as an option, you wanna bring everything we would need to make a decision, I think we would need that. It also looks like we have at least one person who thinks the survey needs to be reviewed, and we probably ought to know what that situation is before we spend time on a final design. I mean, this is the first I've learned of the possible issue with the survey.
The idea, go ahead.
Just real quick, I'll reference the Vermont Community's Guide to Complete Streets, specifically the right-of-way section. And it says, when going through this, usually the most challenging part is convincing property owners to let go of something that they have always assumed that was theirs and that they've taken care of as if it were theirs. That is the most difficult part when upgrading streetscapes. So regardless of how we move forward, I foresee a lot of effort going forward, both assuring the lines and where they are, and also design elements that would limit the impact.
And I see we have a couple of comments, people who've spoken before, but I'm going to take them again. But the idea of removing all that sidewalk on the south side seems like a really significant downgrade of that street. And really for the people who live there, I just think that is going to turn out, I think it's a bad idea, and I think the people are going to hate it. But we'll see what, I don't know if there's support on the council beyond one person to request that, and I'm certainly not going to ask you to do it if only one person wants it. Jocelyn and then Eve.
Yes, I know it's late. I appreciate all the thinking through. In listening to everyone, I have two suggestions. I think it will be hard for people to lose a sidewalk because how are they supposed to walk to and from? So I was thinking it would be nice to have an estimate from the staff of if you eliminated the portion of the brand new sidewalk on the south side that's black hatched. I know it's not ideal for people to cross the street, but we can't have a perfect solution here. Our city also doesn't have the capacity to maintain more sidewalks, but we need more sidewalks. So this would be a balance. You keep the sidewalks where the houses are, because I don't know how those people are going to walk up and down the street safely. But you remove, there will be a gap on the south side where that black crosshatch is. And then I can't believe I'm saying this because I bike up and down East State Street all the time. I bike all over Montpelier. I would really consider getting rid of the bike lane, even though it makes me cringe and throw up a little bit. But we also don't want the city in litigation over the survey and encroachment on parcels. And if it's the bike lane that's causing that issue, and we're going to need sidewalks on both sides of the street where we have existing homes, while I don't love it, I could live with biking up and down East State Street. I've never been afraid on that street. So those are my closing comments, and thank you for thinking through this.
Thanks, Jocelyn. Eve?
Essentially the same thing, that I would give up the bike lane before I give up the sidewalk, and that I don't think you should rip out any existing sidewalks, you should add that one on the.
Okay. Thanks.
Judge,
John,
I just,
go ahead, Gordon.
part of the reason that, we included the bike lane as part of the recommendation was if you're gonna do it, the bike lane, now's the time.
Yep.
Right? You can come back and build sidewalk and retaining walls off the side of the road, but are you gonna come back and widen a road that you've just reconstructed? Right, probably not.
Yeah, no.
So that was one of the reasons why the bike lane, is in that recommendation.
Thanks. John, do you have something you can
Yeah,
say?
I'll just say that you could have a variety, you could cost out a variety of options here. And one would be to simply eliminate the sidewalk on the south side. That's about the same length as adding the sidewalk on the north side above the crossing. And you could still keep the sidewalk on the south side and probably wind up with something around the same cost, but you would have accomplished the one continuous sidewalk from downtown to college without having kids cross. And as to if people on the other side of East State are upset about losing their sidewalk, you could keep it at the same, I'm not saying you eliminate that, but please, so it would appear to me that you could have one continuous sidewalk at about the same cost by putting a sidewalk, extending the sidewalk on the north side.
Thanks,
all
John.
the way to college.
Thanks, John. Folks, do we have Chris?
One quick detail that
Chris, why don't you come up to the table and introduce yourself?
Chris Lumbra, Sustainability and Facilities Coordinator. So the question I have with the continuous sidewalk on the north side of the street is between West and College Street. A couple of those houses on the north side of the street are right on the street. Their parking almost extends into the curb as it is, so that I think that would be a really tricky point.
Yeah, my office is right around the corner from there, so I know exactly what you're talking about. Council members, well, let me ask you one other thing. I hate to get off this topic without making a decision, and we're over an hour, but what is the necessary timeline for you guys?
Well, that's the next slide in the presentation.
Perfect.
So just phase one, currently under construction. We're hoping to complete that by July 1st of this summer. Phase two, we'd like to, be designing that as soon as we possibly can. Bid it this winter and then go to construction first thing next spring. So, I mean, it can be pushed another meeting. It's not going to completely derail the project if that's what we need to do to get more input. We are anxious to get this under design so that we do hit a winter bid date. If we miss the winter bid date, costs are going to go up.
Yeah.
I think we may have to de-scope the project.
Folks?
I mean, I'll just give my point of view. I think this is a really tough one because you can't have everything in the world. And I think in terms of importance to me, I really feel like pedestrian safety is number one. I'm really concerned about those homeowners and just expanding the road so widely that we just have more asphalt, even if it is for bikes. And then frankly the cost too. But I think I guess what I would really like to see is some kind of design that has a continuous sidewalk but potentially eliminates the bike path. I mean, if something had to go, for me it's the bike path.
I'm seeing other people nodding. Palin, I can't see you down at the end. Are you feeling the same way? You don't have to say anything about it. Well, it sounds like that's where we are. There's support for that. So I do think option 2 actually is a compromise, but why don't What's the timeline for coming back with that option? 2 meetings?
Yeah, probably 2 meetings. I think I'm going to be out of town for the next meeting.
All right. Do you need we need a motion for that, or you just want to take the sense of the council? Okay.
So you want us to propose provided a cost option with no bike lane and a continuous sidewalk on the north side?
That's what you're saying, Ben?
Yeah, that is it.
Yeah.
And that sidewalk on the north side, right, that would leave no sidewalk on the south side at all from Main Street all the way up to College, or just remove it from Hubbard up to College?
I wouldn't, my motion, I wouldn't remove it at all.
No, I don't hear.
Leave the south side the way it is.
But what would we be removing, I'm open to other ideas, but what I was thinking is if we could remove the bike lanes, can you have a continuous sidewalk on the north side, on both sides? Right? Or on the north side at least, that doesn't widen the road that much. And the other thing I just meant to say is I really appreciate the Complete Streets Committee and philosophy and all the work that has gone into this. And I hate saying oh, let's just get rid of the bike path. I hate that. But I just feel there has to be a compromise here somewhere, and that's for me where it is.
Andy Boughton, I think where we are, if you have 1 minute, I'll give you a last word.
I just don't want to lose sight of Chris Lumbra's comment. A continuous path all the way up the north side is going to incur costs on that, a very large retaining wall between west and basically to the College Green, and also really encroach on houses up there. So I think that the consideration in costing to come up to basically West Street and then cross where it is level and maybe safer for pedestrians should be considered in light of those houses right on the street and where their parking is. And I know their parking was part of the permitting process for the units of apartments that are in those buildings. And they were allowed those parking spaces, which would be taken out by any kind of sidewalk. And I'm talking 106 through to the end up to College Street.
Thank you. Okay, I think you have your guidance from the council. It is time to move on to our next topic. Thanks, everybody. This is not, I knew this wasn't going to be an easy one.
Thank you.
All right, that was budgeted for 30 minutes and went on for an hour and 18 minutes. So Carrie, you were right. All right. Next, we're moving up to items 13, 14, and 15. And I think we can take them as a parcel. And I want to start out the conversation by saying that this is not on the agenda to invite substantive comments on the city plan. The purpose of having this on tonight's agenda is to talk about, to give us a little bit of an overview and to talk about the process. And so that's what we're looking at tonight. And I'll recognize Mike Miller. With that in mind, but people, we will have at least 2 public hearings once the city plan is proposed, once the city plan is before us, and we will, anyone who wants to have anything to say about the city plan will have ample opportunity to say it. But tonight is not likely the night for that.
Yeah, sorry, I loaded the PowerPoint on and it's not here anymore. So we will go with, this is just meant to be a quick overview. I wanted to give the council, before we get into the public hearings and everything, kind of a little bit of background and understanding of how we got, Mike Millen, Planning Director,
Thank you.
to where we are with the city plan 2025. As you know, the Planning Commission has been working on this. They had their public hearing and they voted to send this to you for your consideration. So it is currently online. We'll have a couple of quick things we'll go through. As Jack mentioned, it's not intended to be a public input session. We really wanted to talk about why did we decide to do a web-based plan and to give a little bit of background on the implementation plans. So, why a web-based plan? So this started back in 2017. So we were working on this at the same time as we were trying to finish getting the city plan adopted. And so the Planning Commission, once it had moved to City Council, the Planning Commission sat down and said, okay, how do we want to move forward with the new city plan? And being a little bit of a planning nerd, I read my planning magazine that comes out every month or every quarter. And they had discussions on some of the award-winning plans for that year. And Plano, Texas won that year. And mostly it was an online plan, and it was really focused on doing videos. So a lot of their plan focused on videos. They were getting a lot more interaction with the public and the community. A lot more people were viewing it because it was an easier media for people to absorb. And so we did not go all that way into videos with our proposal, but it did get us thinking, if we moved away from paper and PDF plans and we went with a web-based plan, what would we do and what would be our considerations? We could do just a website, and we looked at some other plans that had been done in that way. We also could do what are called ArcGIS storyboards, and I'll get a little bit into that later, and that's what we eventually ended up moving towards. But there are other products that we could have used to kind of get away from a standard PDF plan. And so taking a little bit of a step back, the purpose of our plans in general, really, they kind of serve two primary purposes. One is it's a guiding document, it's a vision, and the other is that it's a communication tool for that vision. So it doesn't do us any good to develop a plan, develop a vision, if nobody's actually looking at it and relating to it. As I said, it's difficult to be a guiding document if no one is seeing it. And this is where the digital plans are better than the papers and PDF plans that we have. People just don't download them, they don't read them, they don't absorb them. And so could we use new media to help to kind of change how we relate to the public? And so we chose the Esri ArcGIS storyboards. And the reason for that is we already own it. So there's no additional costs. So that was a big factor. So we don't have to worry about it. Kurt and Zach and those guys, they have it down at the garage. They use it all the time. It's what our utilities are all recorded in. It's a universally used software. It's an industry standard. So while there may be a lot of, from 2017 to now, you could go and look at what products are out there to do some nice fancy designs. There may be a lot out there, but will they still be around in 5 years? ArcGIS, Esri, is still going to be around. It's a bedrock of an entire industry. So we were comfortable going in that direction. And Esri continues to innovate. So new products come out and they come online. And so some of the advantages for future plans for us, and these aren't all in here, but this is why we made the step to web-based plans, is we could do videos. We could take the existing plan we have put together and put some videos. The reason we didn't do some of those is we really need to make sure the plan is ready. So you don't want to spend a lot of money putting together videos and then have the council or the public go through and say, well, that's not really our vision, we really want to change it, because then you've got to spend the money to change a video. It would be better for us to go through and adopt the plan, and then know that we could, in the next year, 2 years, go through and add videos to go and take what is the approved plan and add that extra level of communication, that extra media. We also could adjust how these work into slideshows. We also could do dashboards and live updates, and I'll get back to that with little asterisks, but maybe in the future, think 5 or 10 years, I'm talking about AI questions and answers for the future. I mean, somebody could come in and start asking questions if it's in a web-based format. You just can't do that in the PDF. So taking this step, and more communities across the country are making that step of taking their plans and making them either web-based. There are a lot of different formats people use. Not everybody uses Esri storyboards, but there are a lot more web-based products and different plans that are going up. So the legal disclaimer on dashboards and live updates is we're kind of at the cutting edge of things. Law hasn't entirely caught up with us, and there's going to be some questions, and we were very conservative with this update because we know there are efforts to scuttle the projects that are associated with this, so we really couldn't take any risks, but risks in the future are really up to the council's willingness to see how far that gray area goes. So one is, we went with our attorneys to kind of go through and say everything has to be fixed and locked down. There's nothing dynamic about the city plan. I could make a pretty good argument that would go through and say that if you adopt a plan that is tied to a metric that updates, that should be okay. That's never been decided by law. It doesn't say you can under law, and it doesn't say you can't under law. The plan just has to be adopted. So could we have dynamic components that are linked to a dashboard, for example, that will track the number of permits that are going out? So we have a continuous process built into our city plan to track different dashboards or live updates. It's a gray area. None of that are in this plan because we went with the most vanilla version of a web-based plan. It is all the components, all the layers are all locked in, and so when this is adopted, it won't be dynamic in any way. But why we're here, why I'm presenting this, is just to go through and say the reason the Planning Commission decided, hey, let's do a web-based plan is because there's a lot more options for us going forward. So that was a big component I just wanted to talk about before, because it's really not something we can get into when we get into the public hearing process. We're going to be tied down into what are the policy comments, what are these other comments. So really quickly, the last thing I wanted to touch on that is a little bit innovative about what you're going to be getting starting next month are the implementation plans. They were completely redone with visions, goals, and strategies. This includes things that we do plus new ideas. So you'll see things in there that talk about continuing to do things and doing new things. And we wanted to make sure we were capturing the full breadth of what the city does. Because we felt it was important that we not only talk about what new things we want to do, but so people can have an understanding of, oh, these are all the things that we do for housing or energy. This was initially intended to be an Excel searchable database. So it was going to be really very neat system to be able to query where things are, but that we got a little out over our skis on that one, and we rolled it back. And instead, Evelyn made some beautiful storyboards, and that's where that went. But there are options going forward in the future for that as well, if we wanted to reopen those opportunities. And the last slide is just the implementation plans. There are 12 chapters, 20 separate plans, 30 pages. They're meant to be strategic, so this gets a little bit into that. We don't have anything in there encouraging or supporting things. It's all about actionable items. The actionable steps have to be either plans, permits, programs, projects, or policies. They're city government focused. So what we mean by that is there isn't anything in the plan that says residents should do this or businesses should do that. It is just focusing on what government wants. So if we want residents to do something, residents should be recycling. Well, we should have a program that educates the public on the values of doing that. So that's, as you look through it, as you consider it, as you hear comments, just wanted to have you have that background. There are also fewer benchmarks. I know there are folks that are big benchmark fans. Benchmarks I see to be something that we put in after we decide on our goals. To kind of spend the time debating what the benchmark should be before we decide on the goals is, the planning commission agreed, was a problem. You will find occasional benchmarks in there. I think that's something that would come at a later time. So that was it for the introduction. I didn't want to spend a lot of time, but I did want to give you that brief introduction before we get into the other two items. I'll take any comments or
Any questions on the introduction, council members?
Thanks, Mike. I enjoyed actually the web interface. I liked it. Okay, thanks.
All right, now, move to the substantive things we're talking about tonight.
All right, so make sure I've got the first one first. What we've got set the
Corrections.
approve corrections and set the hearing dates. So, as I mentioned in the cover sheet, the planning commission went through, had their hearings, had their meetings, and approved the changes and submitted them to you. And afterwards, staff went through and did a side-by-side with the archive version. So let me take a step back, just go through and say, the official version of our city plan is the web. You can't have two, both can't be official versions. We are saying the official version is the web version, but we know people still want hard copy, so we have a PDF hard copy that is in the archive section of the website, or we can print one out and you can pick them up. So there is an archive version. After we approved the plan, we went back, we looked, and we did a side-by-side because before we didn't have the opportunity, we had all the changes. We did a side-by-side. You have a memo that has a list of the changes that are missing from the archive or were wrong in the archive. Most of them are title errors, and there are a few other things. So there are two things we wanted. One was to update the video. We have an updated video. We will put that on. You guys say, yes, we can do that. Number two, we're going to update the archive version to match the website version. And if you approve that, then we will have all of those available for you. And then we can break this into two motions if you want. One, to approve those quick amendments. And then the second one, we want to set the first two public hearing dates for May 14th and May 20th.
So that would explain why, when I tried to look at the video, it said, this video is private.
Did it?
Yeah. Because it hasn't been changed
We're
yet.
supposed to replace the video in the website.
Okay, well,
Oh, okay.
that's,
We made the video and to put it on the side, and then tomorrow we would go through and
got it.
add it
Okay.
in. Yes.
So, is there a motion to adopt these corrections?
I move that we adapt the corrections.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, is there a motion to set the first two public hearings for May 14th and 28th?
Can I just ask a
Palin?
question? Can I just ask a question about that? Like,
Yeah.
So,
Well, Palin, you're making the motion first?
Yeah, I just want to ask, we received housing committee recommendations or suggestions, and as far as I know that they are not included the plan. So should we have the public hearings, like discussing to add some of the suggestions to the plan, or we should just go to public hearings, then discuss about adding some of the suggestions?
All of that can be dealt with in the public hearing. And now Ben.
I'm sorry, my question's really basic. Is the public hearing the same as a regular council meeting? It takes place there, or is it something completely separate?
These are dates of regular council meetings.
Yes, okay.
I guess I would just add, for clarification, under state law, you're required to have 2 public hearings. You can have as many as you want. We're just setting the dates for the first 2. You're welcome to continue them into the future after that date. You would just continue the hearing. At the end of the hearing, on the 28th, if you said, we want another hearing, you just continue the hearing to the June something meeting.
All right, is there a motion to set those public hearings? Please, somebody?
For May 14th.
And 28th.
28th, all the comments then.
Is there a second?
Well, can I ask a question?
Well, let's get a second. Thank you. Okay, Jim.
I was just wondering if we wanted to have a meeting in between because we get such jammed meetings that maybe if there's a number of people that come to both of these in a row, we're gonna have a lot of other stuff with it, where maybe we could have a meeting in between and kind of jam some stuff into that one. Give people more of a chance to speak a little longer, maybe, not have to hurry them.
So,
if we have the hearings before we discuss, for example, the kind of thing that Tom was talking about, adding recommendations, what happens? Do we have to extend those hearings until those recommendations are added, or?
I'm not sure I understand your questions. At any of these public hearing, we can make changes. So
I can probably answer that question, where Sal's going with it. So if there's any substantive amendments that are made at a meeting, there would have to be another meeting after that one. So if you were to go to the 28th and vote substantive changes, then we would have to extend and have another hearing after that, because there would be a requirement to send that document to the planning commission for comments. They would come back at the next meeting and say, we're perfectly fine with the changes that you recommended, or we have concerns because of X, Y, and Z, and then you can approve it at the next meeting. But you can make non-substantive changes. So if somebody came in and said, oh, you had a typo on page 49, you could make the change on 49 and approve as amended because it's not a substantive change. But if you make any big changes. And we'll get into the comments. There are a number of those housing comments that were incorporated. And we can have a broader discussion about that at the hearing. I can include that in my presentation if you'd like, as to what was done and why.
But so Jim, your question really is something that I'm kind of thinking that I suspect will be better served if at least one of these public hearings is the only thing we do on a given night.
Well, I just think if we have jammed in agendas, we can kind of push some to that middle meeting so that maybe we can have a little more comment time for people. We're not jamming them in so much on this plan. I mean, maybe nobody will come, who knows? I mean, that's hard to predict, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not gonna happen, Jim.
I have to say, like, I really like the idea of like I don't know if it's a special meeting or what, but a meeting that's just dedicated to discussing the plan.
Is everyone available on the 21st, the Wednesday in between those two?
Well, that could work to answer my question.
Yeah.
I'm available on the 21st. And just for what it's worth, I was going to say this for my update, but I have a work meeting that's been scheduled for over a year on at our next meeting that I'm going to try to zoom in, but I won't be here for the whole.
Okay.
Can I ask, do you know the length of the meeting? So So like we will start 6:30 and it will go like until 10 or it will be 8.
We don't know the length. It can be a while, this is, in my experience of working on zoning ordinance and master plan proposals, there may be substantive comments that take a while to get through. So if we're setting a special meeting, I can't promise that it'll be shorter than a usual council
We
meeting.
have to plan, we need to plan like a normal meeting.
That's what I would do, yeah. So, thinking of where we are, would someone want to move to amend the motion before us to say special, or public hearings on the 21st and the 28th instead of the 14th and the 28th? Go ahead.
I like that. I don't know what other people feel, but I guess I would make that motion for the purposes of discussion, that the public hearings of the city plan be on the 21st and the 28th.
Is there a second?
With one of them just dedicated to the plan.
Yeah, exactly. The 21st would be just the plan.
Yeah.
This is a motion to amend?
This is a motion to amend the,
Second.
okay. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so now you've amended the motion to say we're having public hearings on the 21st and the 28th. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Okay, Mike, that gets us to item 15.
This one can be a little bit confusing. So this is a request for regional approval for the draft Montpelier City Plan 2025. And as kind of talked about a little bit in the cover letter, staff is recommending regional approval before adoption because there are many small technical requirements embedded in the approval process. If one of those becomes a stumbling block to approval, council will have the opportunity to amend the plan. That doesn't stop you in any way from amending the plan on your end. You guys can continue to amend the plan, and those amendments would be forwarded on to the Regional Planning Commission. And at one point or the other, one is going to end up being a conditionally approved until we get through the process. But the idea is, if we have parallel tracks going, the Regional Planning Commission can start their review, and they have a committee that would review the plan, and eventually would go to the full board for approval. And if it got to the full board and you were not done approving it yet, they would issue a conditional approval, that it's approved on condition that these aren't changed, or that any final changes are sent back to them before they can give their final approval. But the idea of that is, once they've made their review and checked the boxes, you can be assured that it's not, that the question of is this a legal document that hurdle has been crossed, and you can take that concern off the list. And again, if you guys if you adopt it, and then the regional plan says there needs to be a change, we have to go all the way back to the start. And then the planning commission has to have a public hearing, 30-day notice, 30 more days before it gets to you, 2 more public hearings from you. So they need to be doing things parallel, so that way you guys know when you adopt it that it's going to be regionally approved or is already conditionally regionally approved, and vice versa.
So the motion that you're looking for is to
Request regional approval of the draft Montpelier City Plan 2025.
with the corrections we made tonight.
Yes, that would be.
Okay, is there a motion? Does everybody understand what we're doing? Okay. Okay, does somebody want to move that? Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion of this? Well, no,
I have something I'd like to say about it, or should we hear from Steve?
Oh, go ahead.
No, I think the way you described it, Mike, I think I'm comfortable with, but I just want to really, there is something about the process of requesting approval for a plan that we haven't approved yet and that we have just scheduled the public hearings on. And I want to make sure that we are just all really clear that we are taking input authentically and we might make substantive changes, right? And so I think it actually does make sense to move it along in the sense of like if there are technical things that need to get approved that can accelerate, great. But I just want to really level set the expectation for ourselves and for the public that we should be taking authentic input, potentially making changes, and not hesitate in doing so because we've already sent it off to the Regional Planning Commission.
Yeah, and if I can just add to that, so in your packet, what was the required report, which actually is required. But what the required report does is it goes through all the statutory requirements. So staff has done a review, and most of what is required in a regional approval is going through a set of checklists of, the example I used with the planning, which is you have to talk about solid waste. Your plan, the city plan could be, we're going to take it and put it in a rocket and shoot it to the moon. Check. It doesn't have to be good, it just, you have to talk about certain things. In the transportation plan, you got to talk about the railroad. In the energy plan, you have to talk about these things. And most of these are, there's conformity things with the goals, and you'll see if you are interested in going through the whole checklist. We've gone through and done an evaluation of the plan. Most of what you're going to be probably evaluating are going to be the substantive pieces of a plan. Is this our housing? Is this doing enough? Do we agree with that strategy? Most of them will not change whether or not there's a regional, but I'll be the first one to tell you this may have an impact. That if you make that change, it would be good to have the Regional Planning Commission to check it because that may have an impact. Unless somebody comes in and says we should eliminate all conversations of public transportation, then I'll be like, well, that's going to be an issue because that's a requirement.
That's very helpful, Mike. Steve?
First, I want to, Steve Whitaker again, first I want to address the issue of the web-based plan.
Well, wait, Steve.
It's like tampering.
Steve, where we are now is on the specific question of, is the council going to submit this plan to the Regional Planning Commission for approval? And that's the only thing.
I know, and this applies to that.
That's the only thing I want to take a comment on.
Interrupt me, but this experiment with a web-based plan is like tampering with the Voting Rights Act. You're disenfranchising a whole lot of people who don't use the web, who can't watch and go through this plan on a smartphone, and who can't see the maps on the PDF version. So this plan was not designed for public participation. In fact, it was designed to shed public participation down to a narrower group. So that is a problem. The required report you're being asked to forward on has numerous mistruths in it, and I would ask you to, even if you have to go into executive session, discuss the totally blacked out report from your Miller's counsel in response to Tom Weiss's critique of this. And Tom Weiss pointed out this plan doesn't meet statutory requirements in a number of places, and it wasn't even exhaustive. And it went to the lawyer, and Mike says, oh, we're okay, and the lawyer's document comes back all blacked out. So obviously there's something there to hide, and y'all need to be paying attention to it. You need to, figure out, is Mike trying to pull a fast one? In this whole charade of parallel, all this is a result of the deadline for the growth center. We're gaming the system because Mike likes to cut corners. And Mike told me after a meeting, oh, statutes and laws are just for, those people in the State House. We figured our job is to figure out how to work around them, And that's just not the environment, the legal environment that we're working in. We have to live within our laws, and the laws are not going to allow us to, unfortunately, I'm going to defend the laws before I defend this half-baked plan. And I think you knew that already. But my point is, y'all are being complicit in this by not doing your due diligence to review that memo. Find out how much truth the lawyer found in Thomas Weiss's analysis. Ask Thomas Weiss for a further analysis. He's an engineer. He's quite brilliant and honest. And that's not all that you see going on here. So I'm asking you to address the issue of the web-based plan. Maybe we should go back to a paper plan. You know, and I'm not inclined, oh, you also have a conflict of interest here. Mike, on a consent agenda a year or two ago, was appointed as our regional commission. So he votes and sits on the regional plan committee, you know, of the regional planning commission. That's a blatant conflict of interest because he's the paid staff trying to work around the laws up here on our behalf. So don't fall into this trap.
Okay, thank you, Steve. I will just respond and say that I utterly reject the allegations that our planning director is some kind of lawless person who's trying to skirt the rules. Are we ready to vote on the motion? Are we ready to vote on the motion?
I have a question.
Sure.
What if we delay this vote till next meeting?
It's not that critical time-wise. We're just trying to, knowing that a lot of the committees at the Regional Planning Commission meet monthly, we're just trying to get the staff is going to have to do a staff review that would then go to the committee. So it's just getting into their cycle. So that's most of the timing.
And do you have a response to Mr. Ruther's complaint?
About
not about your dishonesty, but about the legal requirements.
This has been submitted to our attorney, and our attorney provided input back, and Steve wanted a copy of the correspondence between the attorney and staff, and that is privileged. And
yeah, no, and I saw the blacked out copy. I'm just saying you don't have concern about the legal objections raised.
No, David Root doesn't, and so Dave is has very conservative opinions on things. So, yeah, he didn't find any issue with that, and we were in that instance very specifically looking at the questions that were raised by Mr. Weiss. So earlier, before we even started this, trust me, we would not have started this without first contacting David Root, go through and say, we'd like to do this. Do you have big concerns? And he laid out some things. These would be the things we would be looking for. State law doesn't say you can. So yes, but these would be the thresholds that we would be looking for as areas of concern if you were starting to straying into areas where we would have a dashboard or these other areas. These could be areas of potential legal risk because we don't know if it's legal to have, it's approved by city council. Can it be dynamic and change on its own? Unknown. His recommendation was I wouldn't do it on the first round. It's like I would wait, and then once more communities do these types of plans, it'll be more likely that state law will catch up and start to address what's allowed and not allowed in these types of plans. But to address the other point of needing a paper version, that's why we went above and beyond to make the archive version. That was a recommendation that David had, was that it's not required, but it would be strongly recommended that we have that archive version that would be the accurate representation. So that way, if somebody came into City Hall and said, I would like a paper copy, there would be paper copies available. Recognizing that it's not the official version because the official version is online, but because they're identical, that would be sufficient.
I'll just also point out, as an attorney, that I regularly am withholding information from people and telling people something is privileged or confidential, not because I'm trying to hide anything, but because as attorneys, it's very important for us to maintain the confidentiality of information that comes to us. Are we ready to vote?
I guess the last point is, the whole point of the request for regional approval is to, if there are accusations of stuff that we're trying to beat the system somehow, this is going to another group. This is going to the Regional Planning Commission, and they're going to review it. I sit on the regional plan. I'm on the board, but I'm on the regional plan. I'm not on the plan review committee. It's a separate committee that will be reviewing this. I'm not on the committee that will be reviewing our city plan until it comes to until it comes to the full board. At the full board, there is a policy about whether or not I have the right to vote. I don't know. I don't know the policy on that. Generally, I would think it probably says I'm not allowed to vote on that, but there is a very specific policy at the Regional Planning Commission for voting on regional plans, municipal approval.
Thanks, Mike. Are we ready to vote on the motion to submit this to the Regional Planning Commission? If so, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, thanks, Mike. This is very helpful.
Got you in under 45 minutes.
Yeah. All right. Since we expect we'll probably be going into executive session to discuss the acting city manager contract, is that what you're expecting?
I was anticipating that we were going to executive session.
Okay, we're up for acting city manager contract.
So in your packets, you have a draft agreement that I've reviewed with Jack, and it kind of outlines sort of the terms that, you know, would be in place for me to step in as acting city manager on July 1st. And sort of some of the key terms are, you know, really sort of the duties as assigned within the charter, but then also some specifics around projects that we've discussed. And then also some of the safeties for me, just making sure that I can go back to my assistant's job if, you know, I'm not made permanent. So those are the basic nuts and bolts of it. It also does discuss compensation. And so just for an outline and for the public generally, in FY26, the assistant city manager is slated to make $116,854, and the manager is slated to make $165,464. And so what I proposed is $140, which is sort of in the middle, and is in alignment with you know, current managers, also taking into account what department heads make within the city, and sort of the additional duties that are assigned in this role during this transition. And so I can get into the specifics if you want. The other thing that's also in your packet are two things that I think are pretty important. One is the transition plan, which just kind of outlines phase by phase, you know, how we're going to transition duties to me if you should approve the employment agreement. And then also just the ICMA Code of Ethics is also in your packet, which is just really important in terms of governing, you know, how I'll kind of be. So that's where we're at. Any questions? Thoughts, comments?
Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Just to clarify, that is a motion allowing for execution of that agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah, just making sure. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Now we're up to other business, and I emailed you all the text of the resolution honoring Rick DeAngelis. I can read it out if you want to, but if you haven't had a chance to read it, there's an event coming up a week from Friday at BCFA honoring him, and I was asked to present this resolution to, so we would have it before the event, and I would love it if someone would move to approve this. And if you want me to read it because you didn't get it in time to read it, that's fine.
Jack, would you mind reading it?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. In recognition of Rick DeAngelis for outstanding contributions to addressing homelessness in Montpelier. Whereas Rick DeAngelis demonstrated extraordinary dedication to the well-being of individuals and families experiencing homelessness in Montpelier and the Central Vermont community throughout his career, and most recently as executive and co-executive director of Good Samaritan Haven. And whereas through his many years of leadership, dedication, and consistent advocacy in affordable housing and homelessness services, he has significantly impacted the lives of some of the city's and region's most vulnerable residents. And whereas Rick DeAngelis has transformed Good Samaritan Haven from a single shelter to one of Vermont's leading shelter networks, expanding from one shelter with 15 beds to 4 shelters with 81 beds in Washington County. And whereas he rapidly responded with creativity and care to changing public health needs of the shelters, keeping shelter and motel guests safe during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas he established a street outreach program to ensure the health and safety of unsheltered community members. And whereas Rick DeAngelis continues to give his time and passion to improving access to shelter housing and food in Montpelier. And whereas he has worked collaboratively with city leaders, service providers, and the broader community to promote long-term sustainable solutions to homelessness. And whereas Rick DeAngelis has exemplified the spirit of public service, equity, and compassion, inspiring others to take action and reinforcing our community's commitment to dignity, access to housing for all. Now therefore be it resolved that the Montpelier City Council formally recognizes and honors Rick DeAngelis for his tireless contributions, leadership, and service to the community. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to Rick DeAngelis with deep appreciation and gratitude on behalf of the City Council and the residents of Montpelier.
Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome. So is there a motion to approve this or to adopt this?
We actually have to approve that? I mean, you can't issue it on your own.
Well, it's written as a resolution of the City Council.
I move that we approve it.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right, City Council reports. Pam, we'll start at your end tonight.
So I just want to thank you, all the community members who reach out to me and check in with me because of the national, how can I say that? National level actions against immigrant community in the United States. And I really appreciate being part of Montpelier because I don't think, we can see that kind of being taken care of by like the neighbors and community members. And although we think that it's a national thing, it is in our state too. Like high school students are being targeted to be deported. Recently, there are like 8 immigrant workers just taken out of the farm, like dairy. So it is getting closer and closer to our community, unfortunately. And I feel that all the people who are reaching out to me, I need do something about it. So I am looking into what we can do as a local community. And because I'm on the board of the Central Vermont Refugee Network, we do lots of things at the state level. So I am planning to talk to them and just learn more from them what we can do locally. And again, I just want to thank you all the community members and neighbors who reach out to me and ask how I feel. And like, this is how I feel. I told my husband this morning, oh, let's have a trip to Montreal, right? Because we haven't been there since COVID hit. And my husband said, you cannot be able to come back. That's how I feel. So, thank you.
Thanks, Bella. Jim?
I just would like to say that Carrie and I are looking forward to seeing any of you residents come. at Saturday at 12 at the Kellogg Hubbard Library in the Hayes Room, right? So looking forward to having you come by and talk to us.
Sal? Carrie? Adrian?
So all to say that this weekend is Mudfest here in Montpelier. We've been working very hard to put together this weekend as an economic driver for Montpelier. And so we'll be at the library on Saturday. Stop by and say hi. I'll be at the Montpelier Alive tent all day on Saturday. But just so everyone knows, you can go to montpelieralive.com/mudfest. Saturday, I'm just going to read a couple of the highlights. There'll be the Muddy Onion on Saturday, which is the bike race. It's gonna rain, so it'll be super muddy, super fun. Like totally come out and get really, really dirty. There will also be the Gear Makers Festival, which is taking up School Street. So there's a whole lot of local businesses and goods and apparel. So all your favorite clothes, they're gonna be there selling their stuff on School Street on Saturday from 11 to 4. North Branch Nature Center is going to have information from about nature hikes, 10:30 to 11:30 at Main Street at the library. Bearcon Books is going to have a mud-themed story time from 11 to 12:30 on Saturday. And Sunday, this is going to be super fun. This is the first time we're doing this in Montpelier. The Mucker Mud Run, hosted by the Green Mountain Community Fitness. Think about Tough Mudder, Spartans. We're bringing that to Montpelier. You're going to run through Hubbard Park, enjoy the nature, get really dirty, get really physical. On the State House lawn, they're going to have a free mini mucker designed for kids 10 and under. That is an obstacle course race to get really muddy and dirty. That's the whole point, you can be physically active. And then Saturday, thank you to the Montpelier Department of Public Works is going to hold a pit party from 10 to 12 to learn all about the Department of Public Works. We're going to have a family-friendly tour of our excavation site, really highlighting the construction in Montpelier, and you can see all the machines up close. So really big weekend in Montpelier. Hope you all come out and support both all the businesses, the restaurants, and all these really fun activities.
Thanks, Adrian. Mayor's report, I don't have very much to say, except that sort of along the lines of what Palin was saying, we have seen in our names by actions taken by the national government that are hateful, discriminatory, and illegal, and we all need to be aware of that and to do whatever we can to resist it. And I don't see it getting better for a while. City clerk's report? City manager's report?
Only one item, just to mention that we are working on reviewing the committees. And so we've been a little bit delayed, but have made good progress to date and are planning to meet next week to kind of review, some of we're looking at a tiered structure. And so there is an update in the City Manager's Weekly, and we'll keep kind of publishing it there. But I just wanted to say thanks to Palin and Ben for jumping in on that and for your willingness to wait while we get it done. So thanks.
Thanks, Kelly. And that is it, 11:03, and we are adjourned.